Board games, board games, it's what we're talking about in some manner. Board games, I'm not gonna shout. I am starting off this streaming with a little bit of singing. And over here to this side, it's then someone you can see. It is Kirsten. That is not really how you pronounce Kirsten's name, but I just did it to rhyme because that's kind of the game. We start and we sing a song about the guest, and I'm not going to say that Kirsten is the best because that would denigrate everyone else, and that is not else bells. See, this is a problem with improvisational singing. Tell um, but Kirsten, you can be the best in the best version of you with all the lovely things that you do. Kirsten's coming from the other side of the world where time has elapsed a little bit more and the sun has already spilled away into the horizon and now it is night. And having you on, Kirsten, is such a delight. Good morning, Kirsten.
Good morning, good evening, good night. Yes.
And yes, good morning, good afternoon, good whatever it is, wherever you are. Hello, Nicholas. It is lovely, lovely to see you. And today it is episode 327 of Busy Beats and Board Game Leather. And I am streaming every day at 10 a.m. UK time for the next 73 days. And then we'll be taking another break after episode 400. And today we are meeting Kirsten Lunde, where we are chatting about live board games, music, and whatever, because I think I saw your name, I can't remember where, it might have been on Facebook as part of Board Game Broads or something. But then I saw you on Twitter and I was, oh, wow, you're doing a game about orchestras. That sounds actually pretty cool. I don't know that many people who are doing musically themed games. And so I invited you onto the show and you joined me. And then it's, you know, when you get someone and you have an inkling that they're interesting, inevitably it turns out that they're doing more and more interesting things. Like just before we started, we've been talking about streaming, that we're going to talk a wee bit about, you know, your journey into streaming. And I was, yeah, this is nothing to do with you, but I was just about to say, oh my gosh,
it's CD.
Hello, CD. CD, it's
my part of the world.
So are you based in Wellington as well?
I'm not in Wellington, but I'm in New Plymouth. I'm a short 5 hours or so away, right, CD?
A short 5 hours away. So New Zealand, for those who don't know, it's like a big country, right? I mean, it's like the size of Europe pretty much. Well, not Europe, not like half of Europe. It's like the size of Western Europe.
It's smaller than California, where I'm from. So, unfortunately, a lot less people than California, where I'm originally from. So, it feels very drivable to me.
Oh, it's.
Oh, so, CD, thank you.
It takes quite a bit to just get from one side to the other, and the 5 hour drive would not be a commute. Wait, it's the length of the UK. Oh, apparently New Zealand is just the size of the UK, so it's quite small. I have terrible geography, and every time, you know, it took me a while before I remembered that Dutch people are actually from the Netherlands. And now I'm just calling them Netherlanders just to help myself because, you know, they're called Netherlanders in their own language. So let's call them Netherlanders. It's like, you know, anyway. So, and hello, Hal. It is lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us as always. I was just talking about Kirsten. We were talking about drinking wine with a bunch of girls. And tell us, actually, there's so much going on. We're going to have the regular sections. We'll talk about our recent highlights. We'll talk about a brilliant thing. We'll talk about Kirsten's life and everything that Kirsten's doing. And then at the end, because I am getting a little bit addicted, if we have enough people, after Kirsten leaves, or you can stick around for it if you want, we might play a tiny bit of Words on Stream, where we do a bit of cooperative word making. But that is what the show's going to be all about today. So,
wonderful.
Let's get to it, and let's talk about, do you have anything that you want to share before we get properly started?
Oh, goodness.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Like anything that you feel like, hey, to put everything into context, you need to know this thing about me. I mean, I don't think there's anything, but like just in case, like you want to do a quick 30-second introduction if you feel like my introduction has not been enough.
Sure. I am thrilled to be new to both the game design and a self-publishing world. Coming to it from being a homeschool mom. My kids are in school now and loving it here in New Zealand, but I homeschooled my son for quite a while. And that inspired me to get into design, which we can talk about when we talk about the game. But being a wife, mom, and a grandmother is an important part of who I am. So those are highlights for me.
How long have you been a grandma, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, my son is let's see, my oldest daughter is 30, and my son is 11, and my grandson is almost 11. So wow. We did it in a kind of unusual way. And then my youngest is 7. So she's a wee 7-year-old thing.
That's a big separation, 19 years between first and last child. But
yes.
Hello, Mike de Grief. It is lovely to have you join us over from Facebook, and I hope, I can't remember whether it's Mike de Grief or Mike de Gref. Let me know if one or the other is more correct. But it is super lovely to have you as well. And if you have any questions, get the sillier questions in the questionably quick questions section. But I'm always all about, having a bit of a conversation. So let's open it up to everyone, not just us, but anyone watching. What are some of your recent highlights, living life and seeing the sights, recent highlights, playing games and other delights, recent highlights. So what are some of your recent highlights? I will talk about yesterday. I started off playing Quintuple on my stream, which I played a couple of solitaire games of. It was lovely to have people join me because I know that Tabletop Live Network was going on, which, there was a lot of people excited about that, and justifiably so, with Loserpalooza and all sorts of cool people doing fun things. I talked about the creation of Quintuple. I played a couple of solo games, and then someone, Z Hark, who I had met in real life previously, I invited to get them to join me randomly, and then I moved the pieces on the table. So we ended up playing a 2-player game of that. And then later on in the day, I played a few games actually with both my parents, which was lovely. I played a few 2-player games I played actually two 2-player games of Unfinishable with one parent, I want to say, a 2-player game of Quintuple with one parent, and then a 2-player game of Quintuple with the other parents. And hopefully we can get the 3 of us together, although parent A, let's say, parent A is kind of frustrated by parent B's slowness in games, and then parent A is also unhappy that they're not the best at making words because, my parents are both immigrants to the UK. I'm first generation British, you could say. But no, that was a lovely thing, and we had... Yeah, it was generally a good day, a bit of wandering around. And very recently, just this morning, I had a lovely chat with my sibling, who's based over in Germany, but just on the phone, chatting as I was wandering around. And Mike de Grief sold 40 copies of your cards game. That's wonderful.
Huzzah! Good job.
Yay!
Yeah!
So what's going on with you, Kirsten? What's been some of your recent highlights the past week?
Well, over the weekend we played that one, Forgotten Waters. with some friends here in New Plymouth, Sarah and James. See, do you know them? We had a delightful time with them. It had a great aha moment where we all thought we were doomed, and we didn't realize that the story continued from there. So I had just a jaw-dropping aha moment in that, like, oh my goodness, we really were continuing this adventure. So that was kind of cool. I don't. It was so unexpected. It doesn't happen all that often. That was really fun. And then I had a delightful. Before that, I had a delightful opportunity to play Floriferous in the streaming that we'll talk about later with girls drinking wine, playing games with Anna Maria and Pencil First Games. Floriferous is beautiful, and it's even beautiful on Tabletop Simulator. So that was a lot of fun. But those are my gaming highlights lately.
No, that sounds really good, and I did manage to pop into a wee bit of that. It was quite late UK time, let's say, which I imagine was sort of late morning, early afternoon for you. I'm guessing you were streaming.
Yes, I since it's girls drinking wine, playing games, it was they tease me about day drinking. But I treated it as sort of a brunch. I had a champagne, and it's called a poinsettia, champagne and cranberry juice and a little bit of orange. Uh, oh, what are they called? The syrup. It's the cordial.
I mean, as long as it's not obligatory to be drinking the wine.
No, it's not. I enjoy it, but I don't want to. The goal is to have a nice tipple while you're playing a game, not to eat.
It's
sloppy.
kind of the atmosphere. It's to, hey, if you want to drink wine, you can. And you kind of get a sense of, okay, this is, maybe going to be a little bit adult, but it is still family friendly. It's not getting raunchy or anything.
No, not at all. It's more like the ladies who brunch kind of thing. Having a little champagne and having some fun playing the games. And CD, it's great, isn't it? Forgotten Waters. I hope you're enjoying it as much too. Yeah, you said and says you love it. Yeah. It's so good. it's just really great immersive story and fun, and
you know what?
Sarah and James approved.
I do not know Forgotten Waters at all. So could you actually take a couple of minutes to tell us about Forgotten Waters, what's it all about? And, I'm sure we've skipped through quite a few games. Unfortunately, I'm not going to explain Quintuple and Unfinishable every time that I talk about them, because then I would be... Yeah, then I'd feel even ickier because I'm spending like half of every single show talking about my own thing, which, yeah, they exist, and for sure I'm proud of my games, but it's not the only reason that I'm here. So let's talk about Forgotten Waters. What kind of game is it? Why do you like it?
It's sort of a storytelling cooperative game. Hi, Bonestone. It's a cooperative storytelling kind of adventure where you're pirates, and it has app integration. So it's by the fabulous folks at Plaid Hat who also did the Crossroads games like Dead of Winter and Gen 7. So it's got a similar feel to that, except that it's got the app integration. So you actually have voice actors reading, and doing the story and doing the character voices and stuff with you as you go through the adventure. So all the players have their own little pirate character and these wonderful character sheets that you Mad Lib. You get to fill in some blanks of your story. My husband was in love with a mermaid the other night, and I was a very murderous cook. It was just a lot of fun. And James was a not magically animated skeleton, as he kept insisting. So yeah, you play in this storybook, and those little actions, you have a standee that's your pirate, and you'll go and choose which action you want to do in turn of whichever one of you is the most infamous pirate. All the red spaces somebody has to go do. You have to feed your hungry pirates, or bad things happen. You have to go there, and sometimes you have to sail or something like that.
So there's a lot of focus on the story, but it's cooperative?
Yeah. It is cooperative.
Okay.
There are different scenarios, and it starts with a setup, and you have these objectives you need to complete as you go. You have great voice actor for the narrator, CD. I really like him. there's those standees sitting on the actions. So as you're doing your actions, you'll get certain skills. So you can get brawn, swagger, exploration, navigation, all these different types of skills that you can earn. And that's your goal, is to earn enough skills to have a good ending. Because at the end of the game, if you succeeded in the objectives, you could still come to a bad end if you haven't built up your skills enough. So, and the bad end is still a really funny story, but technically you haven't won and usually die miserably. Um, and otherwise, I shouldn't tell too much. There was one of the scenarios where I actually was marked for doom, and it told me to tweet the Lords of Plaid Hat and hope that I could be rescued somehow. And they tweeted me back and said, "You're undoubtedly at the bottom of the ocean now, but next time, start with a bonus skill." And I thought it was so great that the game told me to tweet the publisher, and the publisher tweeted me back. It was really fun. So yeah,
Wow.
we've failed a few times on the first scenario. We might be pretty bad at it, but but it's such a fun adventure.
And so this came out just last year, I see, on Board Game
Yes.
Geek. And this would have been after they split up from Asmodee. And I believe that Asmodee kept the rights to Dead of Winter. But, you know, this is really cool. So this is them showing that, hey, we've still got more in us. Hey, check out our new thing. So this is really cool. And honestly, I see, like, I assume seeing the pages that it's really easy to set up. I assume it's a kind of game that if you want to do a bit of role playing, especially with someone who's more into the story and play acting rather than mathing out everything in a game, it might be perfect for that kind of group. And so, no, it just seems like a game that I would really love to have a go of. Even though, if
It's
I'm being
fun.
honest, I do have too many unplayed games, so I've got a bit of I'm not going to buy any games.
Yeah, it did come out last year, and they just came out with the downloadable content pack, which
Ooh.
we insta bought. I have to admit, because I'm not buying a whole lot of new physical games either. But a small, affordable, downloadable content for a game we're loving was a real easy sell. So they've got this clever system where they can keep giving us content for these pages and stuff. And so the different times you go to the pages, like it can be the same port page, so you kind of know what the actions are, but the story becomes different because it knows which story you're in. It gives you the different scenarios. It's really quite fun.
And that's Forgotten Waters, and CD says it needs a little table space, and it's great if people get into the story. And
yes, my 11-year-old son is really enjoying it. There were a couple of moments in the first story where I went, "Oh, that was an adult moment." I'm not necessarily getting Mother of the Year award for that one. They are pirates. But he's really gotten into trying to make a voice when he reads his story elements and stuff.
so when you say adult moments, is it kind of violence? Is it sexual? Can you give...
There's some piratey violence that isn't too bad. There was a moment where I went to one of the taverns. I don't think it was the what was it? It wasn't the Puking Puppy. It was some other tavern. That was one of the taverns, the Puking Puppy. I went to a tavern and I hit it off with the tavern went quite a lot, and it was clear to us anyway. Oh, have you lost me?
Sorry, I'm
Did I
still
lose you?
here.
Okay. So yeah, I hit it off with the tavern went quite a bit in the story. So it was more sexual
Okay.
situation.
Well, I think that given that, so what I'm hearing is maybe don't play it with my 8-year-old relative, but if we are playing it, you know, in a household, it might actually be worth doing. Okay, if I'm buying only 2 games per year, this might be. Do you think this is your game of 2020? Could it be?
Oh, probably. I mean, let me think. Yeah, we didn't acquire a whole lot of new games, but I've played some games that are new to me. Um,
I'm not going to
Yeah,
hold you to anything, but could it
it's
be?
really up my alley. Yeah, it could be. It's really up my alley. I mean, I loved Dead of Winter. I love that thematic immersion, you know, where
Okay.
you the mechanics match what you're doing. Like when you're fighting a sometimes you like one of the choices fight a walrus is one of the choices on something, and you gain brawn because you're fighting a
Wow.
walrus. It's logical, fun stuff, right? So, so when the mechanics are really tied to the theme speaks to me, and the story is a lot of fun, and the voice acting. So yeah, I it could be my
I
game
will
of
have to
2020.
check that out. And if I'm imagining something that is maybe a tiny bit mechanically simpler than Dead of Winter, and then I think if it is, then I think that could be perfect for when I am actually able to have people round. And let me actually double check on how many. 3 to 7. Wow, 3 to 7.
Yes,
That's a big
that's
range.
another great thing about it.
Does
Yep.
it actually play with 7 people, or are they just
It would. We just played it with five. I thought we were going to have six. We just played it with five, and it's great. Either we played it at 3, 4, and 5, and have really had a great experience with it each time.
definitely not a lockdown game if you've only got 2 of you? Definitely not going to buy it anytime soon. But once the floodgates have opened and I'm able to have people over again, I could imagine. Yeah, let's just Wednesday nights or Thursday nights. Why not do both of them? Because we are so game starved. And let's
Yeah.
back in the day, I used to do every Thursday night was game day pretty much, and or at least once every few weeks. I think it's just going to be okay every Thursday, and if we can get people around, because during lockdown, I was going right now. I am in my parents' place. For those who don't know, in London, it's kind of really tense and you're not meant to see anyone at all. But back in the day, when you were allowed to go to see people for work, and so Chris was coming over, who's a friend, but was also working for me 1 day a week. And so because Chris was coming over to work 1 day a week, that meant that's okay. Chris and McCall, who sleep together, our partners might as well come over, and then we play games together, and we would say, okay, and then I was going over to their place every Monday, literally every Monday. It's okay, we just have the 3 of us, we're playing games, and that was the bulk of our social life during lockdown. But now it's kind of feels like, okay, even that much is a bit too risky. And but yeah, once we can get people together again, I'm really, really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Losers tried to get to play it but couldn't get the sound working. That's fair. I'm not going to buy any game to play online. I basically have refused to playtest games online. I play some games online on my Tuesday streams, but these are very much games where, okay, at most I can point to camera and everyone can get involved. I don't want it to be a complex game. I want it to be like a party game that people can jump in. And if someone's got just 10 minutes, it's literally just a 1 hour stream for the hour before the losers play on the Tuesdays. And it's kind of like a pre-show thing. And it was a lovely thing because Runa came. But beyond that, I just do not want to play games online. Sorry, I do sometimes get behind Board Game Arena because that makes it a little bit simpler. It's more like a video game. You don't have to take care of all the wee bits. But, you don't have to worry about this over in New Zealand where you're basically COVID-free, your wee island, correct?
Largely. I mean, there's still is Auckland in level 2 CD? There's still been some community transmission, and and everything locks down real quick when that happens.
Mm-hmm. But in New Zealand, it's like, oh, we got one case from this new person flying over, right?
Yeah, we'll have usually in Auckland because that's where people are coming in through, and yeah, it'll usually be Auckland, and it'll get responded to very quickly. Out here in New Plymouth and in Wellington, we've been COVID free for quite a long time now. So yeah, we get to actually see each other live. I got to meet CD live and in person at WellyCon in October
of course
last year. That was wonderful.
Possibly the first physical convention in the world after,
After
the
AirCon,
onslaught.
yeah. AirCon, I think, was the last one before lockdown, and then we did it in
Must have
Wellington,
been.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
and but given everything, let's talk about a typical day for you. Whilst Stream Elements reminds us to sometimes stretch, so I'm going to get up. You can get up or not; it's entirely up to you. But what's a typical day been like for you recently?
For me?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Get up earlier than I would normally be inclined to get up to get the kids ready for school, make lunches, and remind them several times to get what they need for school and to brush teeth, all those usual things. Get them tootled off to school, and then I get to feed myself and feed the chickens.
Oh wow, you have chickens.
We have chickens. We have chickens. I've become that crazy egg lady. So every time I'm going somewhere to visit somebody, I go, "Do you need eggs? Do you need eggs? We have too many eggs. Do you want some eggs?"
Wow.
So I bring people eggs. Um, and then I'm mostly getting on the computer and working on Ovation. So I'm doing a lot of that. If I'm not getting on the computer and streaming with girls drinking wine and playing games. So that's a lot of it. And then of course it's the afternoon, the kids come home and it's get dinner ready and spend time with the family. See how everybody's day went, see how my hubby's day went. He's off before we even get up, so he's away so early. But then we all reconvene at night and eat dinner together, and then tuck-ins. I read with my daughter Sophie, and then my husband sits in her room while she goes to sleep. And then my son and I, we've been taken to audiobooks where we're reading along in the book with the audiobook. So we've done some wonderful books. We're on the Warriors series, the youth cat novels. Before that, it was The Hobbit and Call of the Wild and White Fang and some other wonderful the series of unfortunate events, just some really fun ones that we've been enjoying together. And then it's back to me time before I go to sleep. So that's my typical day.
That does sound lovely. So lots of family time, lots of enjoying, the people who are closest to you. And CD mentions level 1 lockdown, which I think is incredibly. It just means that conventions can't run, basically. You can still meet, you can still have a party with your close friends, right? What does this mean exactly?
We'll actually be, I'm going to be going up to Auckland for the Board Games by the Bay convention. I'm not sure how many people attend that, but that's going to be in just under 2 weeks.
So what does level 1 lockdown even mean in New Zealand standards?
Let's see. Well, we scan everywhere we go on our app so that we're tracking our where we're going. The buses require masks at this point. What else we got? CD. It feels very life as normal, other than hand sanitizer and scanning wherever I go, just so that it's recorded. The kids are it's very normal for school. And yeah, public transportation is the only thing I can think of that's mask required. Wow. Yeah, we definitely are having events and activities. There's every 2 weeks a board game group that meets here in Taranaki, so we get to go do that.
Yeah, I vaguely remember CD ages ago saying, just keep tracking your movements and be vigilant. I remember CD saying something like, you can't have more than so many hundreds of people together, something like that. And
Crowded House played here. Yep, I mentioned the mask on public transport. Yeah. Crowded House played here at the Bowl a week ago. And that was attended, extremely well attended.
So it seems like, but to put this into context, New Zealand is a sparsely populated country. It is, basically wee towns and stuff.
Other than Auckland, and then Wellington would be next, but Auckland's the biggest by quite a lot, isn't it, CD? I think it is. So, and that's of course with having the highest population up there, and then being the hub where people are coming home to. That is where occasionally a community transmission will occur, but very, very rare. We're very lucky.
And
And
CD
it was handled
already
really well.
mentioned, you've got one recipient for your eggs.
Wonderful.
I would definitely want to have some eggs. I would definitely, it's a bit far for you to actually, but if you were down the road from me, I would be like, yes, please.
We can bring some to WallyCon when we see CD. Now I can't quite get to you, Biz.
Yeah, like it's a bit. I'm not expecting you to bring eggs from New Zealand to the UK, or even like even if there was 1/10 of the distance between us, it would probably still be a bit too much. Let's be honest. But in the chats, like, would you refuse someone offering you free eggs? Why would you refuse? It feels like surely you would just want, unless you don't eat eggs, which is totally fair. But if you do eat eggs, why would you not want fresh eggs? It's just like, wow.
So far, everyone has been very, very receptive to my being the crazy egg lady.
It's like, wow, amazing. You're giving me all these gifts. Thank you very much. You're blessing me with your eggs. If I know them, no way. So I think what Hal is saying is that if it's a stranger and comes up, then you might be like, oh, what's going on with these free eggs? I could understand that. Yeah, if it's a stranger, and I don't know who this. Hello, thank you for joining us, Fordren0. Fordren would just pop over for the eggs. Yeah, everyone's loving these eggs. Or chocolate eggs as an alternative. And Hal says, if you do not know the person, do not accept their eggs. Do you think there is a risk with strangers giving you eggs? I mean,
it's an interesting question.
I'm trying to think, like, is there any danger?
Although I did, the school has been very kind to us because we got put into lockdown right after we arrived here in New Zealand, and they kindly brought us a care package because they knew we just arrived, started school with the kids, and immediately got locked down and just didn't have a lot of chance to get settled. So they brought us a care package. They've been really lovely. So in return, when I had so many eggs, I said, "Can I bring eggs for families that might need it or for staff?" And they said, "Sure." So I went down there with 4 dozen eggs and said, "Here, please take eggs." And nobody turned me away. So I assume all the eggs found homes, even though they didn't necessarily know me personally. They knew it came from one of the school families.
I can't imagine how an egg can be really tampered with because it's a hard shell.
That's true.
Not like you can do anything bad to it. As long as you break the egg, it's not... Yeah, I think that... Yeah, like, if there was someone who literally just met me on the streets and said, oh, I think I might be a wee bit suspicious of if there was like a person who sets up a stall and was like, oh, I'm giving away these eggs, and I would be skeptical enough to just want to have, a few seconds of conversation. But I think maybe a couple of lines of conversation to make sure, okay, I've got a good vibe about this person, then I would probably accept them after a couple of sentences. But if you don't know the owner of the chickens and you don't know if they are battery hen eggs, says Bones John, which, yeah, maybe you're thinking about, the safety and like the kind of well-being of these eggs. It's a matter of trusting them to keep healthy chickens. You necessarily know the egg vendor each time, but you trust them. Oh, sorry, you don't necessarily know the egg vendor each time, but you have to trust them to care for the chickens. I hadn't even considered that, to be honest. I'm going to be...
That is fair. I promise we take good care of our chickens.
So let's move on. Let's not make
farm.
This the egg and forgotten waters show. Let's get into some craziness. Let's move on to the questionably quick question.
Okay.
Okay. And Hal, just for the record, was worried about cursed eggs or whatever. So, first question. Where exactly are you in as much detail as you're willing to share online? And what time is it? I am in Glasgow, which is the most populous city in Scotland, normally based in London, which is the most populous city in the UK. And I am at 10:34 a.m. Kirsten, And anyone in chat who wishes to share, lets us know.
I am in lovely New Plymouth, New Zealand, which is on the North Island, on the on the west coast of the lovely North Island near Mount Taranaki, and it is 10:34 p.m. in my time zone.
Okay, and I really appreciate this pun. I can't remember. Are you actually a moderator, Nicholas? Because actually, you know what? I'm just going to give you. I feel like this deserves at least 50 points. That's a good pun. There you go. Bones John gets 50 points. There we go.
I love it. 50 points. Sounds fair.
So, what are a few of your favorites games? Pick 2 or 3. You can mention Forgotten Waters again if it's definitely up there, but we don't need to talk about it.
It's certainly up there right now, but I think for our family, we love Harry Potter Hogwarts Battle. Again, family time is a big deal for us with the board game, so that one's a big favorite. For my gameplay, I love Concordia. That's gotta be in my top 5. It's gotta be. It's just such a great game. Yeah, so those would be.
I love that because it's like the hand building. There's the aspects of you want to focus on one aspect because that's a powerful way to play. You want to focus on everything because that gets you the most points, and it's about finding that balance. And there's a sense of growth and personal progression that each turn you're doing more and more and more. Concordia, lovely game.
Such a wonderful game.
Oh,
and it has that simple elegance. It's just so elegant in its design that it's so easy to teach, but there's all this depth of decision the whole time. That's great. So good.
And I never properly said hello to Dutch Yoda, so thank you, Yoda, for popping in. So, yeah, woo, for Concordia. So what else?
Yes.
Is there another thing you would like to give a shout out to?
Goodness, I mentioned before we were live that I worked in board game retail, so it's tough because there are a lot of games I love, and sometimes I feel like I sounded disingenuous because I go, "Oh, I love this one. Here's why."
No, go for it. That's the thing. Like, let's tap into that passion.
Yeah, I do love Dead of Winter for similar reasons to Forgotten Waters. Sagrada and Role Player. People say which one? I say both. I love both Sagrada and Role Player. Those kind of meet my little puzzly, scratch the puzzly itch for me.
So do you also like the Azules?
I do not. I'm not a big well. Ooh. I shouldn't say that. I've only played the original Azul and Stained Glass of Sintra. I have not played Summer Pavilion, which to me looks like the one I would enjoy the most. So that I would really like to still play that one. But I think I just had a really rough, punishing experience with the first Azul.
I felt like the first one was a really solid game. I liked these sorts of. And was it something that fell down with the group, like the exact play that you were doing, if you know what I mean?
Possibly. Yeah, and I think I just felt that that those negative points could be extremely punishing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it didn't. I mean, I love the feel of the bits. I like components. I love the components in Concordia. So I do like those bakelite tiles and how pretty they are. But yeah, it just didn't speak to me as much as Sagrada, which is also beautiful with the translucent dice and make your beautiful
Do you think it's because
windows.
in Sagrada there's a semblance of a theme, like, okay, you're making a stained glass window and it's not really there, but it's just enough there to kind of draw you in, right?
Yeah, I think you got me. The tools are definitely really tools, even though it's just a mechanic, you could say, but they went to the effort of making those tools that you really would use to make a stained glass window. So I do really like that, and theme does speak to me, as you kind of caught on. and I've mentioned. So yeah, I think it is a little more immersive for me. And then we love D&D, so Role Player it speaks to that part of us as well.
I did not know that you were a big role player. And
I don't know if it's big. I enjoy it.
We've got the games behind you, and everyone can see photosynthesis, which I've talked a lot about. I think that's one of my favorite games, like the engine building, the feeling that you're a light, and the lights, and King Domino and Hive. And what people probably can't see is Carcassonne, which I assume is also a game that you really love.
Yes. I mean, as I said, so much of our gameplay is the family. And that one we all enjoy and we all can play it. It's got that great accessibility to it. But again, decisions, and I just adore it with all of us, and that includes my 7-year-old Anna. Grossing pliers, sure, they're awesome, right? Is it grossing or grazing? Yeah.
I've only played Sagrada like once or twice. It's a fine game. I slightly prefer the puzzliness like of Azul, but I could enjoy either. I like both games, but I definitely haven't played it enough to know what grossing pliers even are. And lots of love, CD. Have a good night.
I understand that, CD. Thank you for coming by. It's good to see you. I can't wait to see you for WellyCon.
And hello, Alex. We are just about to finish up our Questionably Quick Questions. So if you want to get in your Questionably Quick Questions, you've got about 1 minute to do it. I'll extend it for just 1 minute for you, Alex. There you go. And Fordren0 says, do you have house rules for the kids, or do you play the games the full version? Like, do you play
not Concordia. What are we just talking about? Carcassonne. I don't know why my brain froze up because it's late for us. Carcassonne, no, straight up. We only have the base game, and although that comes with rivers, and we do the farmers, but we do play that one straight up. Yeah, most of the time it's straight up, and if it's something a little complex for little Sophie, we usually will. She can definitely help her with co-ops. Sometimes we'll just team up with her. And so if she like sometimes
an adult playing with Sophie, and the adult kind of lets Sophie take the lead, but then if there's parts where Sophie is a bit confused, the adult will say, kind of gently guide and say, okay, how about this or that.
And if something lasts too long for her, like Harry Potter Hogwarts battle can be too long for her, and she'll just be, I'm done. Like, that's fine. And she'll doodle off, and we'll either play that character for her, or we'll just take that one out. It doesn't matter, because we just want her to have a positive experience. So whatever it makes it a positive experience, and then if it's stopping that for her, we don't want her to get turned off of them, so we just let her oh, what a good question, Mike. We just let her check out if she needs to check out. This is a really good question, Mike.
This is a really good point, that you have to you don't want people to be, oh, you start playing, you must keep playing, because then it's just taking away from it. But
and it's work and not play, and it should be play.
So what is your approach on this? Do you play more quickly? Do you play more easily? Or do you just give them some sort of guidance explicitly in a competitive game?
In terms of Mike's question, or in
Mike's question, yeah.
Yes, it's such a great question. We do not lose on purpose. No. Remember, I'm old. I've got grandkids as well as the young kids. So I'm in that generation where you didn't get picked for the team. Not everybody got on the team. You lost, or you didn't make it for tryouts or whatever. Like you had to learn how to deal with that kind of disappointment or bad news or losing. I lost chess to my dad for quite a while, and then he stopped playing with me when I started beating him. But he wasn't as good a sport. But you learn to lose, and that's part of the growth, and important thing. You got to know how to lose to keep playing games, because you're not going to win them all. So we definitely talk about being a good loser and a good winner, and what was the point anyway, and make sure that the point is always fun. So even if we're losing, have fun. I did terribly at Floriferous on the stream. I got trounced twice. Um, and I still had a great time. It's just a good game, so that helps. It's a really good game, so it's enjoyable, the journey. And then losing was okay. Was okay. Right? Although I did joke about it on the stream because I was doing it very publicly. I was getting trounced in front of everybody. But it was just such a delightful good time, and so that's what we
I
teach
think
them.
when
Really.
you're streaming, your IQ does drop by a certain percentage because you have to multitask. You have to kind of keep the conversation going. And if you're at a table with friends, okay, if you're just silent, gazing at something for a minute, well, if it's okay for turns to take a minute, well, that's okay. And if everyone's just staring at the game, but if you're the host, you have to sort of keep the conversation going. Yeah. So you know what? This makes me realize I should probably play quintuple while I'm not on stream before I say that 19 was. Yeah, I played it yesterday and I was like, wow, the scores that I set 2 years ago when I made this game, that feels really harsh. I thought I did really, really well. And I only got a good. Like there was 5 rankings. So there was like a bare pass, like a bare success, then there's good, great, brilliant, and masterful. And the first time I was like, okay, I've played this game, tens or hundreds of times. Yeah, it's been like a few months since I played it, but I should do okay. And I got good, which really I thought I did quite. And then like next time I was like, okay, I managed to do great. I thought I did brilliant. I mean, maybe it's just me hungering for positive reinforcements. But why not make it so that's okay? I got the master brilliance, and then I still need to aspire to get masterful. I mean, as long as the ultimate thing is still something that you're aspiring for, it's not. Anyway, solo's a weird one, but definitely this aspect of it has to be. You have to be okay with losing. I think that's definitely something that some adults struggle with. Maybe they didn't play games in this kind of environment, but at the same time, it has to be realistic. You can't, if I play some of the word games with a parent, I will often say, okay, with quintuple, would you like me to give you a hint? I can see definitely a 5-letter word that you can make. And I've started with unfinishable being a bit more ruthless to one parent where it's like, okay, I know that this is a 2-letter word, even an EN. It's an N dash, it's half an M. And then it's like, yeah, the reason that I know that is partially because I like typography and partially because I like word games. And that's not something that I expect you to know, but I am going to say that's a word. And because you accidentally made the word, I get a point. And I am going to take that. And, parents is, okay, fair enough. Whereas the other parents might be, I don't know, there's this kind of aspect of building up our resilience. And Ralph Koster, I don't know if you've read A Theory of Fun, which is a really easy to read book. It's a bit overpriced, if I'm being honest, because it's out of print and it's like this big thing. And you might buy it thinking it's in a big academic book, but it's basically a comic book pretty much. And then basically games are a safe space for learning. That's Ralph Koster's thing. That's all you need to know. And I think that's what it comes down to, that yes, you learn not only how to do these things, you learn not only how to add up and how to put shapes together, but you also learn how to fail and how to succeed gracefully and how to try again and all these sorts of things.
I should say I'm not extremely competitive at the same time. I'm not going for the jugular when I'm playing. But it's the same as when I worked at the retail store and would run events. When I'm teaching a game, I'm trying to facilitate a good experience for everybody at the table. I almost always lose when I'm teaching a game. Almost always, because I'm busy helping and making sure that I'm not strategizing much. I'm making sure everybody else is having a good experience. So I do that with my kiddos too. So I'm usually with especially with the youngest, with Sophie, it's more of a teaching her how to, or giving her choices. Well, you could choose this or you could choose that. What do you think would be best? So yeah, I'm spending more time on the guidance than I am trying to go for the big
100%.
W. Yeah.
And I'm very glad to hear that for Dren Zero. And yeah, look, if you are in a game shop or if you're demoing your own game, of course, there's a bit of an ulterior motive. you're hoping that someone makes a purchase. But if you're playing a game with your family or your friends, there's also an ulterior motive in that you hope that they will play again. And it's not just about this one game. It's also about, hey, let's keep playing. Let's play repeatedly. Let's make it a pleasurable activity. Let's make it so that I can guide you, and next time you will have this information. So next time you will be aware that there's a lot of 2-letter words that, you might stumble into accidentally. And apparently this person has a rule at their games club. If you're teaching and you win, it's a forfeit. That's interesting.
I think that's marvelous. That makes me think of a time I went to a game night and we played, somebody brought Evolution Climate, and I've played Evolution before, so I had a dump up on understanding the game, but I didn't know the climate elements of it. There were a few other people at the table who didn't know the game. So he taught the game, but he did it in such a way that it was very abrupt, and he definitely focused on winning, and he proceeded to completely trounce everybody at the table. And one of the players wasn't quite understanding the carnivore relationship and how you have to plan for when somebody's got a carnivore coming at you, and he'd just create another species and it would get eaten again, and it was really defeating him. And I didn't feel like I should step in because I wasn't teaching, but when the guy won and he packed up his game and he left for the night, and the young man sitting next to me whose poor species kept getting eaten said, "I never want to play that game again." And it broke my heart. That's not the experience you ever want to have somebody have at a game night. We immediately found another game and had a great time with him. Just so you know, because that was devastating. But he will not ever play Evolution again. And it was the teach and the approach and now I'm going to show you how you should have played this game by beating you soundly, which was not fun. I still love the game. I own the not climate version of the game.
It's really lovely. I mean, to kind of pick
is.
someone up. But I want to give a special shout out to Xate, who's congratulations on your first day at your new job. And, I hope that you're having a really nice day. And, we were talking about you just this morning. I was talking about you to Kirsten. And so, yeah, I hope that you're having a really good day. And thank you for popping in. Lots of love. So,
yeah,
anyway.
So happy to hear your big news. Congratulations.
And yeah, let's take Bones John's question, which is, what is the eggiest thing you've ever made?
Well, I don't know if it's the eggiest. I mean, I make a lot of bacon, egg, and cheese pies here in New Zealand, I gotta admit. But I think for me, the best discovery, I don't know why, I guess because I grew up in the US, I've never had, well, I had Yorkshire pudding when I traveled to the UK, but I didn't know it was easy and I could make it easily at home with my eggs. So we are big fans of the Yorkshire pudding. I know that's a really simple and not very exciting answer, but why have I not been having Yorkshire pudding my whole life? That's what I mentioned it to my mom when we did a Zoom. I said, "Mom, why have we not had Yorkshire pudding my whole life?" She thought I was a little odd, but
that's totally fair. It's a UK thing. And yeah, we're just talking to Kirsten, and we're just again in the opening sections and just having a bit of a chin wag and a bit of a chit chat. And Alex has lots of love for Yorkshire puddings and talking about like teaching games gently, because if you aren't careful, you lose that player, they hate the game, you lose a possible new friend. And yeah, I need a counter for this, because Mark Rosewater sometimes talks about how if you are teaching someone a game, it's not about them playing well. You don't necessarily even want to give them any strategic advice. If they're doing something badly, don't bother telling them, unless it's going to devastate the game for them. Like if they're playing photosynthesis and are going to lock themselves out of the sun, you might want to say, "Hey, are you sure would you be open to a wee bit of advice? Would that be okay?" If it's their first time playing, and so they don't get stomped on, because that is a vicious cutthroat game, photosynthesis. Let's be honest, right?
It is, yes. It's crunchy. It's a really good crunch. You have to be ready.
But yeah, if someone's just going to drop, 10 or 20 points and they're still going to enjoy their game, who cares? Let them work it out themselves. Let them have the joy in experimentation, and let people, ultimately, the main goal of playing a game with someone, if you love that game, if you're introducing a game you love to someone else, it's for them to want to play it a second time. That is the goal.
Absolutely.
Oh.
And yes, Alex, I have made Toad in the Hole. The same night I made Yorkshire pudding for the first time, I made Toad in the Hole for the first time. And the kids love it. Anything everybody in my family will eat, that's on the regular rotation, because everybody has different tastes, and it's so frustrating to make 2 meals in a night. So if I can just make one, we're good.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a couple of questions for game recommendations. Firstly, Mike the Grief asks, which game would you advise to a newcomer to board gaming?
Usually I'll ask them, most people that are new to modern board game have played something before, even if it's, one of the older classic games. So sometimes I'll ask them what they enjoyed in the classic games. I do think this side, King Domino is a great first game. It won Spiel des Jahres for a reason. It really is a fantastic first game for people to learn how to play. I taught that one to my 7-year-old and my mother-in-law at the same time, like a very brave person. And and my mother-in-law is not a game person. She always was baffled at all the games we would play. And she really enjoyed that one, as did my 7-year-old. That's a great test. If you can have someone who's 7 against someone who's 7, both not, so Sophie's actually more savvy game player than my mother-in-law, but to have them both enjoy it so much. And it is simple. The tile laying is very intuitive, very easy to grok. And it's not too long. They're not stuck in it forever. And then they can play it again, and they can get better, and they can see what they can learn from it. That one's a really fantastic game to introduce to anybody new to modern gaming.
King Domino.
King Domino is great.
And
it's a great price point. It's a great price point. That was another thing that where I was working in the retail store, it was not the most economically wealthy area. So it's such a great deal for hours of enjoyment.
Now, maybe this might be the same answer, but firstly, hello, Fresh News 24/7. Thank you for joining us. And asks, as a colorblind person, what board game is good for me? Which strikes me as slightly sad, because it should be all of them. That should be the answer. It should be like, yeah, any of them. But I mean, I don't know if you would agree with that, but I think we are living at a good time that most of the games are colorblind accessible. But are there any great examples that you would recommend? I think we need a little bit more information here, Fresh News, before we can really give a strong recommendation. Have you played lots of games before? Is there a particular theme that you like? Because I think board games are so different and varied. It depends on the individual. Sorry, Kirsten, I'm stealing your question.
No, that's perfect. You're absolutely right. That is exactly what I would answer, because I felt the same way. I felt exactly the same way. I'm trying to be considerate of it in my design. In Floriferous, which we just played, one of the elements of it is color of the flowers, but they knew that would be a barrier to entry for colorblind folks. So they actually put symbols on the cards that are different shapes for each of the colors. So, and you have your player reference card that shows you which symbol means which color, so you can just group symbols instead of worrying about colors. And there's a lot of that happening in the industry right now, which is such good news that, we want more people playing games. All of us do, because that's what we're all here doing and loving and enjoying together, right? So it's been wonderful to see that happening in the industry. So I think that there's a lot of answers for you. And as Beth said, it's more about what types of things you like, or what experiences have you enjoyed before. And I bet we could think of stuff that's colorblind friendly in those categories.
And I have just posted in all the channels a link to Michael Heron's website, which is Meeple Like Us. And this is a website that examines game from can this be played by colorblind folk? Can it be played by people who have physical accessibility issues? Can it be played? And then it examines every game that they review. Yes, they do a review for it of, is this a game we like at all? But then the second part of it, which is the more interesting part, is where they do an accessibility breakdown. You look like this is maybe a new website to you, Kirsten.
Yes, I did. I cheated and just popped it up so that I can bookmark it. Yeah.
But yeah, 100%. I think we're living in a day and age where accessibility, representation, this should be the norm. I don't think if someone said, hey, what board game would you recommend to a woman? I think there's certain ones where it's like, yeah, this is a problematic game. This has like problematic representation, but I'm glad to say that those are becoming more and more the exception rather than the norm. And, you know, sorry, Fighting Fantasy, you know, I still love you, and I accept that was almost 40 years ago, 1982, the original one came out. But when I was reading it here, even though Ian Livingston went on record as saying we were trying to be accessible, we didn't say whether you are a man or a woman or what your gender is or what your sexuality is. But there are certain points in the game book, like it says, you leave the village and all the women are crying. And why should that be the case? That's very, you know what I mean? That's kind of problematic. Yeah. But yeah, color blindness helps everyone. Like Nicholas saying, yeah, if the brightness is the same, then green and blue can be problematic. And why not double code everything? Why not make sure that there's all sorts of bodies represented? There's all sorts of genders represented. I mean, sexuality shouldn't even be a thing. But if it is a thing, maybe the game is about sexuality. Maybe it's about fog of love. Maybe you do want to have something where it's about romance or whatever. But let's have it be a game where, you know, the attraction can be attraction to people of different genders. And let's say that if it's color blindness, okay, there are certain games I would not advise set. That is one game I can think of that I would not advise anyone who's colorblind. But beyond that, I would say that the world is open. So please, yeah, concentrating on tone is important. The game should ideally still work in grayscale. Yeah, to an extent, that is true. And I would say as a shortcut, if you can get that to work, then brilliant. Because, yeah, maybe you have your white, yellow, red, darker blue, and in black. And then even in grayscale, those could still work. But yeah, so this has been a very serious, questionably quick questions. I like it. And let's actually move on to now.
I think it's because we were not very serious about the eggs. I think we were making up for it.
Yeah, so like people didn't. Normally we get so that's the time done. That's the end of the questionably quick questions thing. And now we're into the show. And now we're talking about brilliant thing. What's the little thing which is brilliant? Brilliant thing. So, do you have a brilliant thing in your mind? If you don't,
I don't know. This is my brilliant thing right now.
Oh, that's so
I've
lovely.
been looking forward to it. So, and it's as advertised.
You know what?
It's
Let's
wonderful.
talk about streaming. Let's talk about streaming because we were going to do that anyway. And so, yes, for me, chatting to you is possibly going to be the highlights of my day as well, because it's like just connecting to new folk, having this space, like setting aside, okay, we're chat, and it used to be, okay, this is a 1 hour show, and then it's like, yeah, we can have a proper chinwag for after 2 hours, it kind of starts. But, you know, just especially if you embrace the silliness and then you talk a wee bit about someone's life and then you give them time and space, it's like you get into a proper good conversation and you just really appreciate that. And yeah, Stream Elements, thank you for reminding me. I will stand up again. But what do you like about streaming?
Well, I'm kind of new to it, so yeah, it's the people connection. I think it was a lot of fun. Both in the first stream we did with girls drinking wine and playing games, when all of 6 of us gals who just spontaneously had decided to do this thing, we're all together with with Eric, your co, what
Actually,
they're
it's
saying.
mentioned
And
that Eric inspired this. Can you explain how it was
yes,
all inspired? So, let me bring up the wee banner.
yeah. So several of us, well, most of us in the group are in the tabletop mentorship program. If you're not familiar with that, it's a marvelous, I know Beth, you are, but it's a marvelous program that Mike Belsol and Grace's last name is escaping me, but they coordinate this great free program where people in the board gaming industry in all sorts of various categories will mentor for a few months someone new to that part of the industry. So it's for artists, it's for designers, it's for publishers, it's for content creators, and they're all in this space getting help and helping each other. And it's a great community. So even beyond just your mentor helping you, you've got a whole community pitching in and helping you. So there's a lot of there were roundtables over the last weekend, and then there's presentations on different categories and topics. So Eric did one. Now I can't remember his topic. Isn't that crazy? Because all of this stuff came from it. But Eric was doing one, and in the Q&A afterwards, something sparked Sarah, who's both a mentor and a mentee this session. So something sparked her in what he was saying and saying, you know, it would be really fun if a bunch of us gals were sitting around drinking wine and playing games on stream. And I said, yes, it would. That would be fun. And a bunch of us said, I'm in. So it just spontaneously kind of happened. Most of us are designing our own games. So it was like, well, we want to be able to feature people like us who are new to the industry, particularly marginalized folks who don't know all the right people or all the ins to necessarily get on all of the channels. We want to make sure that we're a place where people like us who are starting out or who aren't necessarily the majority of the board gaming industry part of the community, that we will be a way for us and for folks like us to be seen and have some fun. so it was all born from that, which was kind of wild. And Mike has been super supportive. They've helped us on that first stream. Mike was the person behind the scenes making all the magic happen because we didn't know how to do it yet.
And that's Mike Belsol, partner of Grace Kendall. Yeah, both of them are super lovely. I got the privilege to meet them, I think, at UK Games Expo 2019, I want to say. And Mike actually helped me at the stand, and it was actually stayed over in the house for a wee bit, where Mike was sleeping on our couch and, yeah, offered to help out a wee bit with cleaning and whatnot.
They're wonderful, wonderful humans. Oh, Bones, Johnny, you heading out?
Yeah, and I hope that enjoy your trek to the shops. I hope it all goes well.
Be safe.
But yeah, this is super lovely. And so I saw the start of it where you were there with Anna Maria Jackson Phelps, who was previously the head of Girls Game Shelf when Anna Maria took over from Kiki. And Kiki really sets some nice vibes. And back then, I know that there's Board Game Blitz and there's our turn and there's all sorts of people, but it is still kind of a minority, and it is still almost interesting to see how many panels, when you see them, it is all full of the same kinds of faces, like white men of a certain age and it doesn't mean that these people don't have diverse experiences. It doesn't mean that they don't all have their own things to share, but certainly having, okay, let's have this channel which is, okay, for a change, let's not have those people. It does help to bring about a bit more equity. And
we're sure hoping to do that and lend voices to smaller creators, because you don't have to already be, you don't have to have a big catalog of games already under your belt to come play with us and show us your game. So, oh, Oh,
But
yes. You enjoyed your mentorship too, Alex?
yeah, I've got a mentorship as part of that. I think I've been part of it, I want to say, 3 times. So one time I mentored one person and I was coming in as a mentor, and we only had a couple of meetings, but apparently it was quite useful for the other person, which is great. And then second time I had 3 mentors. This was when lockdown was starting, and I was like, you know what? I've got time. I like chatting to people. And then with a couple of them, it kind of, yeah, with one of them, we never actually met, which was a bit sad. With even though we kind of tried, and it's interesting because the whole time zone thing, it feels like rather than being what time zone are you at, it should be like what times are you able to chat? Because maybe I'm based in the UK, but maybe, for example, I know that Kat Tobin got up specially early for me to get up at 10 a.m. And Kat says, yes, normally I get up at 2 p.m. because I'm more on an American style clock. And I wouldn't have done it if it was anyone except for you, Bez. I was like, oh my God, I didn't realize. Well, thank you very much, because I've met Kat a couple of times in real life. And Kat was like, yeah, you know what? If it's ever at a better time, I would come on again. But, getting up this early and that's like getting up at 9:30 essentially. And hello, Matthew, talking about lovely people. It's lovely to have a Matthew, established designer. And but yeah, being part of this mentorship, and then had someone that I mentored for a while until they had to move away. But like, yeah, we might have stopped it one session early, but yeah, talking about graphic design and getting into the board space and that. I think sometimes it's not even about the knowledge you have. It's all about just having someone there to support you. Do you know what I mean? Having someone there to talk through things. And I'm going to reach out to Matt for a third chat. We end up chatting a bit more than it says, I think, on it, half an hour every couple of weeks. So it's like the bare minimum that you do. But like, I imagine that a lot of people end up putting a bit more in that, because what can you do in half an hour? It's going to maybe spill over into an hour. But I think that's really important that it lowers down the barrier. And then, but actually, because of Matthew, shout out to Matthew Dunstan, we were talking about mentorship in Matthew's stream, and then Yoda joined me, and now Yoda has some commitments. I haven't actually checked with Yoda. If Yoda's listening, did you manage to do the things that you were going to do by the end of Sunday? You should have put them into my Discord, so maybe I should actually chase up Yoda. But I don't want to be someone's mum, do you know what I mean? I don't want to be like, oh, why did you not do that? But, you said those things. If you've not done them, you've not managed to do them. Let's not make you feel worse about it. And do it when you can, but hopefully by bouncing ideas around it all helps. But yeah, we've talked about brilliant things, starting from the drinking wine and playing games and the whole notion of streaming, of connecting people. But it feels like the whole brilliant thing here is just that connecting with people and supporting with being supportive. It doesn't have to be in a clear, I give you this knowledge, I am coming from a place of excellence. It's just, I'm someone you can chat to. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Oh, I definitely would. It doesn't hurt to. It's not like that. The mentor is parenting as much as it helps me to say I'm committing to do this, and now I have. It's harder for me, and I said this in another group as well. I do an accountability chat every week in the Weird Giraffe Galactic Raptor Discord. There's a group of us that get together, and we do the same thing where every week we say, okay, these are my goals for next week, and then we tell each other if we can accomplish them. And I said to them, it's the same with the mentor, that sometimes it's easy to fail to keep my promises to myself. You let yourself down, but I don't fail to keep my promises to others, because that's really important to me. So it's that little extra nudge. And then what it did was I was feeling so good completing what I had promised the mentor and completing what I had told the guys and gals in the Discord chat what I was going to do. Once I was accomplishing those, I was like, hey, keep promises to yourself too. So I started being better about things like, I promised myself I was going to exercise today. I'm keeping that promise. So it's great that it's building that habit of, don't just keep the promise to an external person. You're worth it too. You deserve to keep the promise.
Oh,
So that's been a really good takeaway.
that's a lovely sentiment. I mean, yeah, you are worth keeping promises for. You yourself are worth keeping promises for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have a wee accountability buddy thing where Alex is exercising. Like, how's that going, Alex? I hope it's going well. And I know that Xates is, trying to get out at least half the days. And I had a bunch of things that I talked about, and some of them, might have slipped a wee bit, but it does okay. Xates been really supportive, saying, hey, remember, even if you slip one day, don't then just throw away everything and say, okay, that's it. I'm going to now just binge or whatever. If I've said, okay, I'm not having sugar, yeah, you know what? March, I said I wasn't going to have any sugar, and then I realized, you know what, I'm still only sticking to the peanut butter that has 0 sugar in it. I'm eating healthily. There have been maybe 2, let's say, oven-baked things or ready meal type things this month that I've had, and maybe 1 bowl of cereal that I've had that I didn't realize it had sugar in it. Although with the cereal, actually, I did kind of see that it said we've got small amounts of sugar, and I was like, oh, I'll go on. It was a kind of muesli type thing, and it was like a fancy cereal. We probably wouldn't have had it again, do you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, but anyway, yeah. It says, good thing I really didn't send you chocolate. But, I've avoided, actual sugary sweets, do you know what I mean? I haven't had any chocolate. I haven't had any sorry, this is from last month. That's a bit gross. I've got a cup of bubble tea. It's like a washed cup behind me. And maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe I should actually throw them away, because then that's reminding me of the bubble tea, because it's got their little logo on it. But it's a nice cup. And yeah, it feels like we can still... Anyway, so shout out to everyone there and everyone that I'm forgetting, Al Brotner and all those other people. And it's really good having these supportive networks. And so, yeah, it feels like a brilliant thing is humans and human connections. And Mike de Groove says, the brilliant thing is that my girlfriend knows which game I want for my birthday that is coming soon.
Are you going to tell us, or do we have to wait till your birthday to find out?
I don't know what's going on with
Mike.
Which game is it, Mike? Okay, so...
Don't leave us in suspense.
People, if you have enjoyed the show so far, feel free to comment, ask questions from Like Follow. We're going to get a bit more into Kirsten Lunde and talk a wee bit, focusing more on Kirsten's life now for the second half of the show. But feel free to comment and ask questions if anything is unclear.
Oh, sorry. I got excited because he answered. It's Dune. The Dune Imperium? The new one?
Nice.
I've heard really good things about that one.
So let's start off and talk about, life, early memories, and childhood. So what is the earliest thing that you can remember that you're willing to share?
I have a very clear earliest memory. My dad was this college student when I was little. Not that I knew that in context, but but I knew he was gone. He was away for a while, and it was because he was studying Russian history, I think, or Russian. He could speak Russian, I know that, and he had gone to Russia. I'm going to give away my age now. It was 1973, so this was Cold War time. And he was gone, and I knew my daddy wasn't around. And I was at childcare, and I couldn't nap.
Which country was this, just for context?
We were in California, in the U.S.
Okay.
And so I knew he was gone, and I was at this childcare facility, and my mom was late picking me up, and I could not take naps. which I've been punished for. My two younger ones, actually all three of them, not nap takers. I have been duly punished for all the naps I wouldn't take from my parents. So, so, I was not a good nap taker, and they weren't supposed to try and make me take a nap because I couldn't nap. And my mom was late, so they were trying to get me to take a nap, and I was just beside myself. I was tears streaming down my face. I don't nap. I can't nap. And the reason my mom was late to pick me up is because she had to pick my daddy up at the airport. And so the next thing I know, this is the memory, I'm crying and screaming, I can't take naps. And my dad walks in and I go, Daddy! And it like reverberates in this empty hall kind of thing. And I run across like a movie to tackle my daddy so I don't have to take a nap and that he's home. And so that's my earliest. He came home early, unexpectedly from Russia because he got ill. And
wow.
they wouldn't, there was a really strange thing about how they wouldn't acknowledge that he got ill there, and saying he brought it and he had to leave early from his student journey. It was definitely an interesting time for him to have been over there. But I was so happy to have my daddy home, and I was 3. I was very little.
So wow, going through that Cold War era, did you sense, was it parts of your life, this division and the tension in the air politically?
Not at that age, so I didn't realize the weight of him being there at 3 at all. Looking back on it, I certainly did, even within the 70s and 80s, because it was definitely something that we lived with. Yeah, it was definitely a topic. The possibility of nuclear war was a topic a lot, a lot of discussion about it. And yeah, so it was definitely a formative part of my youth that we were in the Cold War days. But then by the time I was 16, I also, it's a much later memory, when I was in line for the White House with my dad, and there are all of these pillars out there with the rules in different languages. And so I made him read the Russian to me. And people around us looked terrified that we were going to walk into the White House when he was sitting there speaking Russian. It kind of amused me. But he used it only a couple of times. There was one time, he probably would be really upset if I told this, but that's okay. there was one time where we went to a winery for a big concert in Napa, and my mom was driving. My dad had tippled a little too much. And one of my friends from the Air Force Base, because I went to school on the Air Force Base, I was a civilian kid, but I went to school on the Air Force Base, but she had come with us. So we were going to take her home on a U.S. Air Force base, and they were doing a high security drill. So they were really restrictive on letting people in. And my dad, like I said, had a few too many glasses of wine and was very impatient for us to get on base and drop her off and go home. So he got more and more irritated. So by the time we got up there, he was full on speaking Russian. And in Russian, he said to them, "Excuse me, comrade, where are the bombs?" And he signed the visitor's pass, VI Lenin, and they still let us on. It was so weird. My friend is just back in the backseat going, "My parents are going to get in so much trouble. Stop." Like, "Oh, Dad, you're embarrassing me." It was terrible, but really funny in retrospect.
Wow, so it sounds like your dad was quite a troll, some might say.
Yes. A troll before there was the internet to be a troll on, yes.
Troll before your time.
Yeah. Yes. Fortunately, he doesn't do any harm on the internet. He's cool for that.
I mean, there's definitely a sense of good-natured trolling. So you grew up in this childhood area with so what were your memories of school times and college, as you say, in the US, and university? And at some points you went over to New Zealand. Could you talk us through that?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I went to school. We moved around a whole lot until I was 8. So there were a bunch of different places we lived. But then my parents bought a home in Northern California, and I went to the school where I was one of a very small number of civilian kids with a bunch of military kids. So there was a lot of transition. People, you'd make a friend and then they'd move away in a couple of years because their parents got deployed somewhere or, got a new assignment. So there was a lot of changeover. I definitely learned how to make friends because there was always a need to make new friends. I did start junior college after that. I was unhappy in high school. I was quite unhappy. I wanted to be a theater kid, and we didn't have a theater program, and awkward. not the. I was
typical person who. I mean, do you think that's true that awkward kids tend to be more likely to get into board games?
Possibly. I think everybody can get into board games. I think I think it's such a community. It can be such a great and safe community, which we've talked about, that human connection. And maybe those of us who gravitated toward it needed that because we weren't getting that in other spaces. That could be. Certainly at the time, nerd was not even remotely cool. At least now people get that nerd. At least there are more people that openly acknowledge that nerd is cool. Being a nerd is a cool thing. A bunch of people trying to jump on our bandwagon now that they're hip. Good. But yeah, I think that reaching out, and it's a similar thing, I think, in the theater where there's a community and there's a lot of openness to empathy. You have to express empathy to do theater, and
I think especially in the improv community, because there's such a back and forth, and I would almost venture to say that LARP and improv is probably going to be the safest environments. I don't know. Probably if I had to pick one and say that is engineered to be Nordic LARP, because they're dealing with difficult topics, they've got to care about emotional safety, and so they've had to put these tools in place to have a debrief at the end to make sure everyone's okay. Because if you've just talked about this experience where you've spent hours talking about your imaginary relatives, and then those imaginary relatives are ripped from you, are killed for, and there's like this political movement, and it's got these parallels to reality and then you suddenly have this bit of empathy of, okay, this is what these people are going through, and it's not like that really happened to you, but there is definitely that sense of bleed, of caring about something within the magic circle. I mean, if there wasn't bleed, what's the point? Because you have to care somewhat. You have to care a little bit about winning, because if someone's playing literally randomly, I talked about this with Oliver, if someone was playing literally just random moves, well, then that's kind of insulting to me. It's, why am I even playing with you if you're not taking it seriously? You have to care about it somewhat, but at the same time, we have to not care about it, and making sure that there's this safe space. It ties into like consent and everything that's really important for general life, and just being good at communicating.
Absolutely. And I think that does cause a lot of us to find each other in spaces that create that safety, and luckily that board games can be that. So I ended up getting out of high school a year early and getting an equivalency, and I started junior college. But it wasn't long into junior college when I happened to find myself with a pleasant surprise. Her name is Ariel. She's 30 now, but and I was practically a baby when I had her, and then she was practically a baby when she had my grandson. I was 20 when I had my daughter Ariel. And she would probably want me to say named after the character in The Tempest. It's not after a mermaid, but but I still like the mermaid as well. She used to just get really mad when people would say, like, the mermaid. No, like Shakespeare. And she was, 4 years old doing that. But so I had Ariel, and I married her dad. That we were young and not the people we were going to be at that time. So that did not work out, and it's for the best for both of us. And she gets that now. That was tough for her, but and lots of questions about that growing up, but she definitely gets it now. We have lots of interesting conversations nowadays since she's got one of her own and she can kind of process, and she and his father are not together. And so it's really interesting how that relationship changes over time with your kids as they become grown-ups and go, okay, so this might have been what you were living. Yes, it is kind of. So yeah, we that led to a period of time where I was working, trying to make a living and being able to do stuff for her. Her father, part of our split was when he came home and said he had joined the Air Force. He enlisted without talking to me about it. And so then he joined the Air Force and went the basic training. And if you want a shortcut to your adult life, that's probably one good way to do it. And that took him in a path. And I was still a theater kid and or young person, young adult. And so I was really invested in the theater, and he's really invested in the military. Those are not always super compatible. Sometimes they are, but that was definitely not for us. So he was in the area for a while when he got assigned to the UK. And so that was such a great opportunity for my daughter that I agreed to let her go to be there to get that opportunity, which sometimes I question, but I do know that it was made, the decisions were made for all the right reasons. So she had a wonderful experience being able to grow up in Birstwith in Yorkshire for 6 years. And let's see, I just continued working. I've predominantly I've been administrative support, so I would try to choose jobs that had some kind of altruistic benefit. I think my favorite of all the jobs I worked for, county government and city government. The last job I had in the States was city government in recreation, and that was really fulfilling. Anything that was that had something that made life better for somebody was kind of my drive. So yeah, those are kind of the career paths I went on. My daughter did come back to the States. I didn't have. We had a bit of a fight about her being able to come back and live with me. I again signed off on that because it was traumatizing. It was causing her a lot of pain, and I couldn't stop that from happening. So I agreed to let her stay in that situation. We are very, very close now, but that was hard for both of us. But she's a wonderful, wonderful adult human with a wonderful kiddo. And like I said, we're really close. People always think we're sisters, which I'll take. I'll take it. And then in the meantime, when I thought that I would never, I was like, I did the married for a minute and kid thing. I'm good. And then, you never know what'll happen. I fell in love with this wonderful human, Glenn, and we got married. But the year before we got married, we flew out here to New Zealand because he was born here. Lived most of his life in California, but he was born here in New Zealand. So we flew out here, met his family. He proposed to me we took a helicopter to the top of a glacier, and he proposed to me, and it was very romantic and exciting. And I couldn't say no. And so we came back to the States and got married and had our 2 little ones along the way. And then things were just kind of crazy in the States. You may have caught on to that in the last 4.5 years or so. And just in sort of a moment of frustration, he reached out to family here and said, what would it take for us to get to New Zealand to go? And he could be close to his family because his mother and his brother are in the States, but everybody else in his family is here. And his sister said, well, where my husband and I are in Australia long term, do you want to house sit for at least 2 years? And we said, yes, when? She's like, anytime. So we got right on it and landed here in New Zealand in February of last year. So February of 2020, we arrived.
So it was the Trump, not to get too political, but it was partially the Trump administration that drove you out.
I would say so. I mean, it wasn't necessarily the politics themselves, although horrifying, but it's culture that has amplified around it. There are people who became empowered. I'm sure they were always there. I'm not sure that they always were finding each other as easily as you can in the era of social media and the internet and the algorithm all pointing them to each other. But I'm sure those sentiments were always there. I know I have friends, and I hear marginalized and people of color, marginalized groups, people of color. My best friend in the entire world is a Black gay man, and he came out to me when he was 19, I was 18, back in the 80s. And I've watched him struggle with people like that. But there's a civility, an ability to insulate people from it more often that you just can't insulate from it anymore. It feels like it's too much, too dark, too it's so terrible. Start to get
it's like
starts to fire.
everyone's even being egged on to express these very, I don't want to say divisive, because that's not, doesn't have the negative connotations that I'm striving for, but these fracturing, these damaging viewpoints, people are almost encouraged to go along with them.
Mm-hmm. And it's polarizing in that those of us who don't agree, I just can't. I've been able to just fight with my parents sometimes, and say, look, I mean, I've had moments where I said, marriage is not about genitalia. Would you stop it? Like, love is love, and I'm gonna fight with you at the dinner table if I have to. You know, I can do that with my family. I wasn't necessarily. I would try and make that case anytime. I did a better job when I got to Colorado, when one of my early experiences in Colorado, because it was a little bit more red there than the Bay Area. And, the San Francisco Bay Area is pretty blue. I went to Colorado. It's a little bit more red, more conservative. And I was out at a bar, and a guy was trying to tell me that same-sex couples aren't family to him. And I said, I was able to just breathe and say, look, I can promise you, the families, I've been to the barbecues. It's just like any barbecue, just, same folks. Just, it's not any different. And just be really calm about it. But if I went to talk to that same man today, we would probably be fighting because he wouldn't calmly listen to me with a dissenting opinion. I think the ability, and I don't know that I reached him. I really hope so. And I definitely was agitated when I left. And I was like, I'm proud of myself. I didn't curse him out. I didn't do anything unproductive.
Maybe you didn't reach that person, but maybe, you will have managed to get a little bit on. I think the important thing is, one of my siblings is starting to work with schools, parent himself, and so my sibling was talking to us about how, yes, there's the victim, there's the bully in a lot of examples, but there's also all these bystanders, and the bystanders have such a strong, important role to play. And I think as bystanders, we can, stand up and say to the bully, this is not okay, and we can. And this is meant to be about children. This is meant to be about children in schools, but it still applies to adults, is the thing. It's still about let's not be. And hello, Jeroen. It is lovely to see you. We're just getting really into politics, and we're talking about that divisive thing. But yeah, you went to New Zealand. Let's we could talk about that for hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, we could.
Let's move on, and let's talk about board games, because that's, a thing that we do enjoy. And let's talk about, we've talked about Concordia, Sagrada, Role Player, Carcassonne, maybe not Azul, but, all the things that you can see on behind you that you really love. And,
Before we go too far, just because I had that experience with Azul, I am a big proponent of just because I didn't have that experience with Azul, I am not going to take away from anybody else's. Please love the games you love. Just love them. And
Oh
I'm
yeah,
okay
for
with
sure.
that.
I'm not saying this as you think Azul's a bad game. It's just you had a bad experience with it,
Yep,
and you don't.
yep.
But all of these games that you love, and what's the first game you can remember playing? The first game of any sort.
Oh, I played cards with my mom. So I played Crazy Eights and Go Fish. And later we played not casino, cribbage. Cribbage was big in my childhood. Big, big, big. Played rummy, gin rummy. We played three-handed or honeymoon bridge sometimes. Yeah, we've cards was my biggest first game. First board with a board. Probably Candyland. Good old Candyland.
I have never played that, but I hear it's quite big in the USA.
It is. It is. It's funny. It's not. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite games or anything. But when we went to Colorado, I don't. There was International Tabletop Day was coming up at the retail store where I worked, the Nerd Store in Greeley, Colorado. Wonderful store, and it has survived the pandemic. So keep going, Travis. Um, I don't know why. I just thought, wouldn't it be cool to have a life-size Candyland? And my mother-in-law said, "Oh, we could put something together like that and sew it up." And so she regrets saying that because she's the seamstress. I am not. But I went and bought fabric. I bought four bed sheets, four twin-size bed sheets from the thrift store, and I went and bought fabric, and we cut and laid out a Candyland map onto these. She sewed together the four bed sheets and she trimmed it with ribbon, and we made this
So
life-size Candyland.
the players are standing on the square that they're meant to be on.
Yes, yes, it was a lot of fun, and because I set that up at the store for the event, I met some of our dearest friends. They're still our dear friends who came and played. We love to look back at the pictures of our kids that first day we met when they were all shorter than I am. And now they're all taller than me, except my son, who's almost taller than me already. It's like, no, they got too big. But there are these little munchkins on the giant Candyland. Before we left, we donated it to the Boys and Girls Club near us, which is a wonderful program. So hopefully it's still getting played, life size Candyland.
So what is this shop? So you started off like a lot of people playing these older games, and then you at some points you got so into board games that you decided to join a board game shop. How did that happen?
Before we left California, I have to say it's I'm one of the tabletop re-entries to modern gaming. I mean, we started getting some games just by reading reviews.
Tabletop as in Will Wheaton's show.
As in Will Wheaton's show. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I started watching that and showed it to my husband, and we were like, let's go to the local game store, which is called Black Diamond Games in Concord, California, and so we just had barely started going there before we moved, and then when we got to Colorado, Gary, who runs Black Diamond Games, does a blog about how to run a game store, and he wrote a book about it actually as well. And so when I got to Colorado and we started going to the nerd store, Travis said, "Wait, you went to Black Diamond Games?" Like it was this mecca because before he opened the store, he read Gary's blog as this is how you open a game store. So we started participating in events there, and I said, "Hey, are you going to do International Tabletop Day?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know, maybe." I said, "Well, if you are, I'll help." And he's like, "Okay, well, I'll see." And so I ended up helping him with that, and then I volunteered. He wanted to run a mini steampunk convention, so I volunteered to help him with that. And once I helped him with the mini con, he said, "Do you want to work here?" I said, "Yes, I do. I love games and community." And like I said, I said this to you before the stream. My youngest daughter had some medical issues, so I couldn't go back to the 9 to 5 admin support kind of office and government agency kind of job. I needed something that had a little more flexibility, so that if I had to go deal with surgery or hospital stay or whatever, I could. And so retail was great for that at this very family friendly game store. In the industry, in the retail industry, there's a lot of talk about third space and being that space for the community, where people can come and have that safe space and stuff. And it very much was that. The Nerd Store very much feels that way. And like I said, we met friends that we will have for life there. And so I ran events. I ran International Tabletop Day, and we did a 24-hour game day with Extra Life to benefit children's hospitals every year. That was another one of my favorite things to do there at the store. And then we do game nights and stuff like that, and just generally be a clerk. I got a complaint about me when early on. Travis came to me and he said, "I got a complaint about you." And I said, "Oh no, what happened?" And he said, "Apparently you're too chipper." And I was like,
was that?
Am I in trouble?
Complaint?
That was a genuine complaint. I think it might have been from one of the magic.
Wow.
I don't know. I laughed. I said, "Am I in trouble? Are you reprimanding me?" And he's like, "No." Like, okay.
Why would anyone say that?
I don't know. It's so funny.
But yeah, so you were basically sort of like a deputy at this store, so you were kind of taking somewhat charge of everything, but Gary was kind of looking. Am I?
Oh, Gary was back in Concord, but Travis, the owner of the store, and then he had
Oh, have we lost Kirsten?
Okay. Oh, did you lose me? Did I freeze?
Oh, you froze for just about 5 seconds.
Okay.
So can you just tell us again about exactly what you were doing at the store before we move on?
Yeah. So I was volunteering and doing the events, and then he hired me as a clerk. So I would work as a clerk, and I worked on one of the main magic nights. So I'm pretty sure it's one of the magic players that I was too chipper for. But I won them over eventually, even though I didn't know magic as well as I know.
Yeah, even though you're a grumpy bunch of magic tournament players. Come on, let's all have fun together.
And I got better at getting them their singles. But so yeah, I was a clerk doing that and focusing on making sure my kiddos were doing well. And then we made the big move to come here. So I got to do all the outreach events, anything that was going into the libraries and running a board game event, or annually we would participate in a backpack drive for the schools and have a booth at that and support the back to school efforts and stuff like that. It was a great store to work for.
Let me ask about game design in that case, because it sounds like such a lovely opportunity, because I think that my month when I was working in a board game cafe, I learned so much about the way that boxes need to be packaged and the way that you need to be able to explain a game in 30 seconds, if not less. And, you need to have this hook that you can get across in like 5 seconds if you want to be able to explain, okay, which game should we play as a 2-player? Well, as a so-called guru in the board game cafe, and that was just after a month of working there. If I'd worked there for like a year, I would have learned so much more. But then at some point, you decided you wanted to make that jump into game design. What made you decide to take that jump?
It was homeschooling. I ended up along the way, needing to homeschool my son. And we loved it. I loved homeschooling with him, but everything was an opportunity to game and learn with a game or through a game. I always we got 8, 7, 8 Vikings because we did a Vikings unit. Concordia we acquired it because we were doing Rome. So any excuse, to get these wonderful games. And then I would do things like custom Codenames cards. So we would play Codenames Duet, but with vocabulary and spelling and words from our social studies and stuff like that, instead of with the stuff from the box. So I just loved all of that learning and education. So we were going to go to an open dress rehearsal of the Denver Symphony. And so they were doing the Firebird, Stravinsky's Firebird. So we read Firebird, and we were trying to learn about instruments and instrument families. And this is exactly why I came about classical music. We were learning about the instrument families and stuff like that. And I went, well, I want to find a game that we can play that will be part of these lessons. And so I went to Board Game Geek and I tried to find one. And this was before Symphony and Symphony No. 9 came out. Both of those came out in 2018. So this was before 2018. It's been a while that I've been working on them. But, there wasn't one. There was not something that I could go out and get to add to our lessons. And I thought, why isn't there a board game? There should be. It's a really good subject. So it nagged at me a little bit, and I thought of Amadeus, the film and the play, and I thought of the system of the patronage system in Vienna and in the classical era, and how patrons were really required, like the musicians had to please the patrons, these fickle patrons, and they had to keep them happy to be successful and be able to continue pursuing their art. I thought, well, there's fodder. Maybe I'll try something with that. And here we are. My son got really excited about it, and he's been, even though we're not homeschooling anymore, he's still learning and wanting the process as we've gone through iterations. And he's had a harder time letting go of pieces than I have, and my husband too. They'll both say, when I've got feedback and made a huge new iteration of the game, they both went, "What's wrong with your game? Your game was fine." And it's like, no, this is I can see why this will make it better. Just trust me a minute. Let me get this new iteration to you. But it's been really interesting because he's learned along with me as the game has developed. So in Ovation, you get to become the composer. When Symphony and Symphony No. 9 did come out, I was still in the early stages of designing this. And so I stopped and I said, well, let me look into these and see if they've created what I wanted to find. And they're both Euro games. And one of them you're building the symphony with the instruments and stuff, which would be educational certainly and would fit what we were doing. But it was definitely a Euro game. It seemed a little complex for him at the time. So, and then the other one, you are the patron and you're trying to acquire the artists. So in Ovation, you are the composer. So you will be Mozart or Beethoven or Schubert or Haydn or Mariana Martinez or Joseph Bellone. And you are the one who's managing your inspiration and trying to please the patrons and performing music. So I continued with it. I said, you know what? It's not already out there. It's not already, it's not been designed out from under me. There's still a space for it. And so I've continued working on it. It's an engine builder, which I really enjoy engine builders. Oh, that's Dame Kirita Kanawa that you've got there. I love her. She's a Kiwi. She's a Maori, and she's world-renowned opera singer, and I love her. I saw her in San Francisco. I heard her in San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
In The Marriage of Figaro back in the 80s. Beautiful, beautiful lady, beautiful voice. So yeah, it's been delightful to do all this research. And when I first designed it, I did it with the big four. I did it with Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert. And Heather Newton, who runs Protospiel Online, there's a great Colorado board game designers group, wonderful group. And Heather said, you've got four they have something in common, these four old dead white guys. And I said, you're right. I don't know of anybody else. So I don't know who else there is to put in the game. But that stuck with me. And I thought, just because I haven't heard of them doesn't mean they aren't out there to be heard of. So I did some more research and I found Mariana Martinez. So she is in the game. She's the only woman to compose a symphony in the classical era. And then I found Joseph Bellone, the Chevalier de Saint-Georges. And he was in Paris, not in Vienna, but he was half Black and is phenomenal. I've really enjoyed listening to his music. One of the best playtest feedbacks I got was from Protospiel to Protospiel. One of our fellow moderators, Amanda, when I came across her in January, she said, I have to thank you again. I'm still listening to Saint George's music. And I have to
wow.
thank you again for introducing him to me. And I thought, yes, that's what it's all about, you know? So yeah, I'm hoping that it will get people excited about the music, and it's, but you don't have to know anything about music to play it. If it has any cousins in mechanics, it's probably gizmos.
Okay.
With the chaining actions and stuff like that.
And I guess Hal can tell us a wee bit about how it felt to play.
Did you?
Oh, has Xate played it as well? Why?
I did play it. I have made some changes from that feedback state, and I can't thank you enough.
There you go. Well, and Xate doesn't say it's fun about, things willy-nilly. I should point that out.
No, she was very. She warned me at the beginning of the playtest. She was going to be honest with me, and then she was. But I survived, and Ovation did too.
But
yeah, it is better for her feedback. That kind of honesty just makes games better. It was like a whole day of lives. We were chatting. I'm a chatty cat here, and I know.
That sounds lovely.
We had a good time talking.
And
yeah, so and your name came up, yes.
Came up with this. You wanted to do it from an educational point of view. You wanted to and how much of that educational motivation is in the final game? Is it? Yeah.
I don't call it an educational game. It's got flavor text on the music cards and on the fortune cards that is factual. The 6 composers are real people. It's not necessary to read those. It's not a trivia game at all. It's an engine builder. So largely it's kind of the way I use games in our lessons most of the time, which was just reinforcing some of the ideas we're talking about in the lesson part. I'll have bios on.
So it doesn't go against reality, but it's not there as a simulation. It's not there to check that. But if you are playing the game and you're inspired to read it, then it's going to have a wee bit of text that, or maybe the flow of the game might add on a little bit of knowledge about classical music.
Yeah, and if you perform a violin sonata card, there's a symbol that's for woodwinds, or not for woodwinds, excuse me, for strings. So they'll subtly start to get to know that violin is in the strings family, right? But it's not part of you're not discussing it. It's just you can simply look at the iconography and grok the game.
The same way that Ticket to Ride teaches you about geography.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I know that Atlanta is a place.
Atlanta is a place.
Yeah.
I haven't been there though. That's on my list of places that I gotta get to when I go back.
Because of pandemic, I'm fairly sure it's in the on the east, on the northeastern. It's on the east coast. I'm fairly sure, right?
Yes. Southeast. Southeast. You win.
Oh, southeast. Oh well, it's on the east.
Yeah, you were still right. Yeah, you were still right.
Okay, so there we go. And this kind of picking up this knowledge in a different way. Now, I want to be mindful that it is 12 o'clock, and I'm happy to ramble on for ages, but I want to be mindful of you. And so, yeah, we talked about getting into game design. I want to talk a wee bit about your relationship with music. I mean, you were doing this because there's a gap in the market. It sounds like your child and your partner are there to support you. They're not co-designers. You are the sole designer of this game, but they are there to be supportive, even though sometimes they're holding on to the past a wee bit too much.
Yes.
What's your relationship with music? Is it just because of the gap in the market, or was it because you felt some particular draw to it?
As I mentioned, that's my off-color story about my dad speaking Russian at the Air Force Base checkpoint. We were coming back from a concert, the Pops concert by the Napa Symphony. I went to symphony and opera and that sort of thing when I was young. I took piano lessons. I played flute. So been connected. My dad was always the person in the neighborhood that was blasting the stereo too loud with the windows open, but it would have been Beethoven or Dvorak or Elgar or something, that he was blasting. It would not have been rock and roll music, or I guess back then it would be, what would be in the 70s, Queen, maybe. Um, he was not playing some Queen, he was playing classical music. So I had a real connection with it when I was younger. Now, I wouldn't say, people will say, oh, are you a classical music expert because you designed a classical? No, no, I'm definitely not. I've always enjoyed it. It's been a part of my life. And I tried to introduce it. Like I said, I wanted to take my son to the symphony and introduce him to the instrument families and stuff like that. And it's a special part of my life. Goodness, it is going to get improved. I'm getting some great graphic design and art happening. So this is an old version.
For now, Mike.
Mike, thanks so much for coming. Can't wait to hear about how Dune Imperium is when you get it. Happy almost birthday.
And Alex, who's quite biased and quite into music, because you can tell from the Wii icon where I think that's a Wii ukulele.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a normal size ukulele. It's just, ukuleles are all particularly small. But
right.
Beethoven was the rock star of the 1810s.
He was. It was definitely Beethoven would probably get in most trouble in the neighborhood for being raucous. Stereo blasted. So yeah, it's been a reconnection, I think, more than anything, to be designing the game and learning, plus finding Mariana Martinez and finding Joseph Ballone. And with the patrons cards, I'm making a big shift in the patrons cards, because I want some diversity represented on those cards as well. So I've been researching some real people in history that I will inspire the names on the cards and give me an opportunity. I plan on doing some educational packets for homeschool families and educators if it's a kind of quality for them. I know homeschoolers will appreciate it. So I plan on doing some educational packets, and I will put in there the real people that inspire the patron cards. And some of those are people of color that are often not represented in that period in history, and that needs to be changed.
That's really cool, and I am curious about a few things. Again, please let me know if you need to skedaddle. I know it's kind of your bedtime, but firstly, why are you self-publishing? Secondly, how are you planning to distribute these little packets? Is that going to be, okay, buy the game, and then if you want these wee packets, it's a free downloadable thing, or is it going to be a paid thing, or?
Oh, not a paid thing. I plan on having it on my website, accessible for people to get if they would like. I don't have any Dutch composers.
Are you open to people contacting you? If people would like to contact you, what would be the best?
Certainly. I always joke when people get to the game and they go, well, where's Brahms? Where's Vivaldi? And I say, oh, that's for the expansion. Where's Tchaikovsky? Well, you have to get the expansion. Hopefully I'll be successful enough that we can get the Dutch expansion. Yes.
But I think your direct messages are open. So if people want to suggest things, they can reach out to you on Twitter or however else.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, there's the Facebook page, there's Twitter, there's Insta. Reach out. Absolutely. And the question was, why am I self-publishing?
Exactly.
That was not the path I thought I would be on. That's for sure. So it's a good question to ask. What I was encountering in pitching the game was really embracing the mechanics, really being interested in the game and wanting to retheme it. Now, I know I should say, you know what? Sure, let me get a game published. Let's retheme it. I think I would do that. I've worked on other games now, and I'm very, once you're bit by the bug, I think you're bit. At least I've been bit. So I've got other games, and I've pitched other games, and people say, can we retheme this? Yep. It can be in space. It can be in, I don't care, whatever you want. This hasn't been that for me. I really needed it to be classical music because it's not there. And when I first posted, there was a time I posted in one of the homeschool game schooling Facebook groups. And I said, so this is what happened, everybody. Let me tell you what I did. I created this thing, and I'm wondering, is it just me, or are there others of you out here in this game school space that you would like to see a classical music game too? And I had tremendous response from the homeschool community. So I believe it is marketable. I believe, and the playtesting has meted that out as well. Playtesting with people will either say, oh, I don't know anything about classical music. And I say, you don't need to, but don't feel like you have to playtest with me. That's okay. I did have one feedback session where somebody started with, I know nothing about classical music. And I thought, okay, I'm ready. Go for it. Tell me what you got. I can take it. And she said, I loved it. I didn't need to know. And I had a great time. So I felt pretty good about it, that it could be rethemed. No one has suggested retheming it to modern music. I did have one publisher suggest retheming it to influencers. And instead of performing, they were creating videos on products. It was like, there's not going to be a Kim Kardashian, no offense, Kardashians, but not in my classical music game. I am not switching my classical music game to an influencer's game. That's not happening. So yeah, because they supported and believed in the mechanisms, which for me was the part that I think I was newest to, the theme that I got, that kind of thematic integration, that was much more my nature and felt right for me. The mechanics is the part where I don't always trust my left brain.
And Jeroen suggests that, Wingspans actually educated people about birds because of the flavor text, and it is brought gamers into appreciating birds. Would you like it to do the same for classical music?
I would love for it to do the same for classical music. I would love for people to do what Amanda did and listen to Joseph.
Let's be honest. Aspiring to be the next Wingspan is kind of setting yourself up for disappointment. Let's be honest.
And, I don't expect
it's not like you can expect, 100,000 copies, or no. I think Elizabeth Hargrave publicly stated like 300 something at this point. And that's pretty good, especially considering the price points of that game. 300,000 copies for a €10 game, okay, that's one thing. But 300,000 copies for, what is it, like $40, $50? Like, although having said that, that probably counts the expand. Anyway, but it's pretty good going,
Oh yeah, when I went, I did my first pitching to publishers at a con at PAX Unplugged in 2019, and I had emailed Tom Bessel. I just wanted to chat.
Have you actually tried out Stonemaier? They probably wouldn't, but have you pitched to them?
I did not. What was the part about it? It's not as long. It's not the centerpiece. I looked at their requirements.
Because they say it's got to be the center of the thing, but it's got to be something that it doesn't have to be to do with length, because My Little Scythe and Between Two Cities are still the centerpiece of the game's night for those people who play that game. It's for the target audience, it can be the centerpiece.
Yeah, I did not approach Stonemaier because I thought it's not quite long enough.
It might be worth doing, unless, if you're 100% now, you've decided you want to self-publish, that's totally fair. But it might be worth reaching out, because why not? It feels
like... I have contracted the 2 graphic designers and an illustrator, so
okay.
I've that ship has now. I wonder sometimes if I've gone mad, but but I'm really excited. And what's happened for me now is that commitment to the representation in the game and being excited about, there are no miniatures, being excited about the opportunity to, I have the say in that narrative now. So I don't have to worry about losing that part of the baby anymore. So yeah, no, there's no miniatures.
Sorry,
no miniatures.
What I show on screen doesn't necessarily reflect the views of me. It's just me showing the opinions of other people, just for clarity. Like, there's no miniatures in between two cities. Can I just point that out?
Yeah.
But anyway,
Or
look,
Wingspan.
yeah, it's got the pretty little legs, though.
It does. And I will have, we were talking about colorblind friendly design. The inspiration is your main resource in the game, and it comes in 3 tones: passion, joy, and sorrow. And those are red, yellow, and blue, but they're also shaped. And so they're going to be shaped wooden tokens, and the iconography will be shapes so that it will still be friendly for folks who have colorblindness issues.
That's awesome. Yeah, having some strong silhouettes so that people can definitely yeah, you can have superfluous miniatures if you want, but that's let's be honest, Stonemaier, when they're producing a game, they're going to do 20,000 copies minimum print run to start off with. If it's self-published, I mean, speaking from experience, it's challenging just to get that 1,000 copies actually sold. Sure, once you're in distribution, like I've not managed to get into distribution properly with Kitty Cataclysm or the L deck, and even though I might have sold my stuff to a distributor, you know, they might have bought a couple of 100 copies, which is great. But then once they've sold it, and then with the original in a bind, which is now known as Yogi, I had a shop. I reached out to a shop and said, "Oh, would you like some more? Are you?" And they said, "Oh, we looked on Asmodee and they've just sold out, but they've got 1 copy left." And apparently, basically, Asmodee UK, which used to be known as Estevium Games, had sold out within a couple of months, like of 200 copies. But then rather than reordering it, they were like, okay, we've still got 1, but, you know, 1 copy for a shop. If a shop wants to buy 6 copies, it's not enough for them. And so, yeah, it's like they didn't care. And I hypothesize, I'm not going to say this is necessarily the case because I want to be quite careful. I believe that there's a risk, let's say, when a publisher owns a distributor, that the distributor is going to prioritize games that the publisher, you know what I mean. And so, like, and I remember someone else who said they were showing how everything was advertised, and sure, they do push things that's already selling well, and that makes sense. That, okay, if Bananagrams is already selling 100,000 copies in the UK alone, then sure, we are going to push that further. We're going to push that, and then it benefits from being in our main catalog. But yeah, if you sell a couple of 100 and it's basically you're just getting off the ground, it's really difficult, even if you manage to sell to a distributor, to actually stay in. And I know you're not doing this, Jeroen, but there are some people on Kickstarter who don't understand what a difference it makes, that number that you can order, because I had Kitty Cataclysm, and then we managed to get like 300 backers or something, and I was funded, and someone said, hey, now it's funded, can we think about stretch goals? To which I replied, look, this game, I'm already printing it at a good quality. I will do the best job that I can, but they were specifically asking for a furry box, and I said, look, I understand this has been done in the past for Bears Against Babies, and that might be something that's inspired you, but please note that they had this many backers. They printed, I'm guessing, this many copies. I am going to struggle selling 1,000 copies of this. I can barely afford to just print this, let alone do it. And then they cancelled their pledge. And it's like, fair enough. I'm frankly glad that they cancelled their pledge rather than causing trouble down the line and saying, go wide. But yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a rant.
It's tough. I was very nervous about all this. One of the publishers that I got to demo the you can 3D print your own. I do plan to have, for the first player marker, I do plan to have a standing treble clef. The piano is already present on the player boards. It's actually a little piano keyboard where you put your inspiration tokens and keep track of them. So there is a piano present, and you could pretend to play it if you like. It doesn't make any noise, but you can sing and play. and then I'll have the treble clef first player tokens. Currently, that's the plan. But I was very nervous about all this. One of the publishers I was able to show the game to was Carla Pop, Weird Giraffe Games, and I'm really excited about the player board. She again really the mechanic spoke to her. She thought it was a really solid game, but she felt that they have published a music game which is colorful and brilliant. It's set in New Orleans called Big Easy Busking. It looks fantastic, and she just always does quality games. But that was the hardest seller for her, and so she was concerned about music as a saleable, marketable theme for the game. And I totally understand that, especially and as you were speaking to this, how much money it costs and how much time and effort and energy we have to put in to publish it. And I get it. I get it that when they're making them on these much bigger scales, they have to know that they can sell that quantity. And so I get it that they have that concern. I feel confident that it's saleable and marketable, that because there isn't something already in the space that does that, because of the response I got from the homeschooling community, because of the responses I get from playtesters that they're like, oh, cool, this isn't sci-fi or fantasy, which are great themes. But people respond to, hey, it's something I haven't seen. Or they'll like the player boards, or the first player, a friend of mine 3D printed the treble clef markers I've been using for the first player marker, and people respond to it. They really love that little, that's why I have to get it made. And I'm hoping to have little composer meeples on your player board. So they'll be kind of like a bust, your little bust meeple that you move on your player board. And then the shaped token. So hopefully it'll have that fun component element to it and still be marketable. But I get it. And so in meeting and talking with Carla, she was really supportive. And I said, well, look, I totally get everything you're saying, and it's your brand, and you need to do what you're comfortable with. But I would be open to a co-publishing kind of arrangement. So she came back to me, and she is co-publishing the game with me. Yeah, so Weird Giraffe Games will be on the box. All of this stuff at the beginning that would normally be mine, just self-publishing by myself, is still me. So funding it and gearing up for it, and all the marketing and campaign and all of that great stuff. I hate to disappoint you. It's going to be different than this. It's going to look very different than this, I'm afraid. We're going to have deep jewel tone colors. Oh gosh, I hope you're not disappointed. It does look very different. Much more fun and vibrant is what we're going with. But Carla's been fantastic. We meet and talk regularly. And then she will help me with getting the word out to her community. She's going to design the solo mode for the game because she's brilliant. And she does such a great job with those. And she'll help get it into distribution through her channels with impressions. And we'll take it to cons once those are happening again. Hopefully I'll be able to come over there and join her when I can get back home. Right now I couldn't get back home if I came over to the States, but hope I'll be able to go over and join her. So yeah, I feel like I'm doing it with this phenomenal safety net of her experience and help and guidance.
I agree with Alex. That is really awesome, because shout out to Carla. Carla is so bleeping organized. And I think I chatted to Carla on my podcast, which I used to. It was an internet radio show. I'm going to re-release them at some point, because Jason is talked to me about something called Anchor FM, where you can upload things for free, apparently, and then it still goes onto iTunes and stuff. But anyway, Carla's just so good at organizing stuff. Do you know what I mean? And staying on top of things. And even though Carla is an introverted person and was like, I was talking to these people and now I need to take a break and I need to be on my own for an hour before I talk to you. And oh, wow. Carla, just so much love for Carla and so much, getting good stuff done. Anyway,
I'm very grateful. Should I would you like to see the sneak peek of the progress?
Sure.
I'm scared that you're gonna
feel ready to show it. That would be a good way to kind of finish off. I was going to say at the end, and Jeroen's very excited to see that. So if you can click the share button at the bottom, I don't know if you see the.
I
share
do.
button, then
Okay,
you can
brace
get
yourself. It is not a picture of Ludwig van Beethoven that is on this player board. The only character I have so far is one of my patrons. She's beautiful, and she's going to be named Lady Bell, I believe, after Dido Elizabeth Bell. So, all right, I'm scared, but you guys will be
you'll
kind.
have to click the share button, and then I'll
Yes,
have to
I
wrap
will.
up. So.
I will. All right, I'm scared, but
Okay, and so
it looks very different. Are you ready? It looks really different, so don't be too disappointed.
So everybody, let's have like a wee drum roll in the thing, and boom, there we go. So this is the player board, and tell us, yeah, very quick, what we're looking at.
So the inspiration tokens will be tracked. You'll keep track of how much inspiration you have of each type on the piano keyboard down at the bottom. Of course, the composer will be there, not our beautiful Lady Bell there, but Beethoven will be there. But I have wanted it to be family friendly and vibrant, and say anything except classical music is dull. I don't want it to say classical music is dull. So that's where the choices are coming from. Up at the top of the player board are going to be the 4 actions you can choose from. Each turn, you're going to get to choose 1 action. Yes, the composers will be in that fun, cartoony kind of look. The top of the player board is seek inspiration is one of the actions you can take, and that's going to allow you to increase your inspiration by two different types by 1, or 1 type by 2. The other 3 are going to allow you to acquire cards from a central market. So you'll be able to get fortune cards, patron cards, and music cards, which when you perform. And so the fortune cards and some of the patron cards will slide underneath the top of the board and enhance those actions as you go further in the game. So you're only taking 1 action and ending your turn. But as the game goes on and you have more cards built into that engine on top of your board, those actions will become more and more involved, and you'll have much more that you do on a turn than just the 1 action. The most fun in the game, everybody always says, is when you perform and you acquire a piece of music, your neighbors on either side of you can attend your performance, and depending on what tone the music is, they get inspired by you. So if you perform a really sad symphony, then the players to your left and right will get sorrow inspiration because they'll be inspired by you.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a really nice, yeah.
That's the most fun, is when people are attending each other's performances.
And it looks like a really cool board with, if I may say, some of those A's, like I looked at, choose 1 action each turn. The number 1 is a bit small, and the letter A, I mean, just in that particular typeface, the letter A is a tiny bit hard for me to read at the size that I'm seeing it, at least. But no, it looks like the board is really good at explaining what's going on, and I'm sure that once I've been taught the rules to the game, this'll, frankly, even without knowing the rules to the game, I've got an idea of what's going on, which is exactly what you want. Because let's be honest, people don't like learning the rules.
Right. So the cards don't look like sheet music, but you get an instrument on the cards. So it's an instrument or an icon that is some art that helps you understand which type of music it is. Like the opera is going to have an opera singer, and the symphony has a conductor's hand with a baton. So that's it's a little bit more of a gameplay friendly choice on the cards to help from across the table. You can easily see what that music is that you're performing. And more cartoony,
you've got to sometimes make choices to prioritize the usability to make sure that at the table it works, rather than, okay, this was nice, this was a nice idea, but... And yeah, you've got to go with, again, accessibility. People who are having trouble seeing across the table, why not make the key parts of the information just bigger for them? And this is the
Mhm.
kind of thing that you have to think of as a publisher. And it's been really nice seeing this. And thank you. And I want to say before we close up, firstly, like we wanted to talk a wee bit more about streaming and the girls drinking wine and playing games, but maybe we can talk about that another day. I know that I really wanted to do an episode with Emma, Zaya at some point with about streaming, but myself and Emma and hopefully a couple of other people who are also into streaming. And so it'd be cool to kind of arrange a date, especially when it's an hour earlier for you. And
Yes, yes.
once it's your winter time and our summertime, and we can, yeah, do something and just chat about streaming, because I think this is a really interesting topic. And all the things that you've talked about, but and also I'd love to hear how you get on and all the things that you're learning along the way. So if ever on a Friday, between, I guess, currently 10 and 12, but in future 9 and 11 New Zealand time, you fancy coming on for 15 minutes, just pop into the chat. And this applies to all the previous guests that have had a lovely conversation with, and even the guests like Karun, who come week after week and we're having lovely chats with, even though I don't get to hear you speak so much. If you want to jump in on camera for like 10-20 minutes to talk about, hey, this is what I've learned this week, or hey, it's me, I'm still doing okay, things are going well, and just like talk about how you are, just pop in. And Friday's far more of a jump in, jump out kind of day, if you know what I mean.
Wonderful.
But it's
I
been
love it.
lovely, so lovely having you. And thank you so much again for giving us all your time. I want to say, is before we get into the recap and wrap up, actually, I'll recap and wrap up, and then you can let me know if there's anything else that I've missed or that you have a burning desire to share. But we've talked about so much. We talked about your homeschooling nature, you're a wife, you're a mother, you're a grandmother. I talked about Quintuple and Unfinishable, which are two word games. Unfinishables, I thought this was going to be too meaty and too thinky for my parents, but even though I've got to be honest, I sit down and I've got a book on the side that's a kind of read, because I give them a minute to take their turn. But we talked about having family time and Forgotten Waters and school and chickens and Concordia, Sagrada, Azul. We talked about Azul and like why maybe you like a little bit more theme than it offers, and having that self-awareness is a really strong, important thing. About Carcassonne and Sophie teaming up, and maybe little Sophie, if there's something that Sophie can't quite understand, then okay, an adult will team up with Sophie. Learning to lose and teaching games gently, so not smashing a child's face into the ground, but for sure, not just letting them win. That wouldn't. Talked about a game for a beginner. You talked about King Domino. We talked about color blindness, and now there's more and more games available for it. We talked about representation. We did talk a wee bit about how you got into streaming. Thanks to Eric Hurko, it sounds like Eric just made this offhand comment of, oh, we should have a bunch of people drinking wine and playing board games. And you're like, let's do that.
Yeah, it was so funny.
We talked about the Cold War. We talked about your dad having gone away and then coming back from Russia with this illness that the government maybe didn't want to really talk about. We talked about hugs and tantrums and safe spaces and Ariel. And we talked about, it made me think a little bit, although I didn't say this at the time, about how naming someone about after a popular thing can be kind of problematic if they... Hey, hindsight is 2020. And relocations due to the military proposing on top of a glacier. That's pretty darn cool. I mean, I want you to just come back on a Friday and spend 20 minutes telling us the story of your proposal. I just want to hear that story, because they're just full of amazing stories. We talked about politics, and we did get a bit down. We talked about the fractures going on in society. Then we went back to board games. We talked about Black Lion Games, the Nerd Store, and how homeschooling and the fact that there was no classical music was what led to Ovation, filling a niche. We talked about possibly not having Dutch composers, but maybe there's a Dutch expansion, who knows? And that desire to do, well, people not wanting to take a risk necessarily on this weird theme of classical composers. And that's why lots of these things are going to be very much self-published. And yeah, that is, then I started doing a recap, and that brings me to the current point. And if there's anything else that you would like to say, then yeah, please let us know. Dutch Yoda says, Forgotten Waters, start making tea and forget about it. I like that pun.
No.
Learning
Oh, got it. Yes.
Teaching
My
children
husband
to
is
cope
notorious.
with losing is very helpful for the future. And it's lovely to see you too, Ewan. Lots of love. Is there anything else you would like to say, Kirsten?
For me, oh, this has been delightful. I am so grateful that you were willing to spend the time with me and listen to me regale you with silly stories and and just talk and connect. That the human connection is what it's all about, and I am so glad that I got to spend my night with you.
Sorry about that. I was just muting myself whilst typing. So it was a joy, and honestly, I think that now more than ever, I do realize that human connections, as you say, it is what it's all about. It's about that sharing stories and passing things back and forth, education. When we're playing games solo, it's like a conversation between you and the designer, or maybe you have conversations with other players saying, hey, I managed to get 21 points on quintuple solitaire. How many points have you managed to get? And then, there's a little bit of that, what have you... And yeah, people showing off how they've made their games look nicer or how they've painted things. That's, part of solitaire gaming, but it's still a communal social experience. And yeah, if you want to check us out, of course, Kirsten's links, where do you most like to be found?
I think the easiest way at this point is probably Twitter. I'm new to it, but but it seems to be the easiest one to communicate and really connect.
Yeah, I do like Twitter. And I see you've got consistent branding, so it's Looking Glass WS on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Well done.
And we didn't even talk about why Looking Glass. That's I had to think long and hard about.
Hop in on a Friday and tell us that story.
More of my stories. We'll definitely have to do it again. And yeah, I'll have to connect. And Fridays is the best time. I can make that work.
Awesome. And if you wish to check me out...
You were lovely. Oh. Thank you so much.
And yeah, just thank you very much to Kirsten and everyone else. You have been so amazing. It's been such a lovely environment. Thank you so much. And I am stuffbabez.com, stuffbabez.blithecurse.com, where you can check me out, twitter.com/stuffbabez, where I tweet a bunch of stuff, and instagram.com/babez, where I share a few pictures each week about daily life or things I'm making or whatever, twitch.tv/stuffbabez, where I'm streaming all the time, and youtube.com/stuffbabez for all the old episodes, stuffbabez.com/discord. So if you are not checking me out, please, I would say check out the Discord if you want to engage, because that's a place where I like to encourage people to have conversations, and you can share pictures of food or cats, or talk about
chickens, Yorkshire pudding.
Definitely Yorkshire pudding. We don't have a channel for chickens, but if you want to share pictures of chickens, there's just a general share cool stuff channel. So, cool, it doesn't mean that, it's got to be the fawns. It just has to be, it's of interest, what I mean.
Did you make out the fawns reference?
I said.
I love you for that even more than I already did. That's awesome.
uh, but at this point, yeah, it's the end of the show. We might, if people are up for it, do 1 or 2 games of Words on Stream, but I will let Kirsten depart before we start that because it is ridiculously late. But this is the part where I say, over to you. What are you up to? You can share anything you want to. So, what are you up to after the show? Sleeping is an obvious one. And then tomorrow, do you have any plans that you want to share, or
Oh
any
goodness,
game days you're looking forward
just
to? Or
Ovation and mommying. Those are pretty
nice.
much that's the
Sometimes just
daily.
existing, keeping up to daily routines.
Yep. How about you?
Today I'm going to try and take Monday a wee bit. I'm trying to have a couple of days that I take easier, and like I just don't do any work and I feel okay about not doing any work. And so yeah, today, you know what, I'm going to do a bit of old-fashioned reading. I'm going to close my computer after a certain point, and then I'm going to be like, okay, that's me for the rest of the day. I'm not going to go on social media. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to paint pictures that I need to do for my game. I'll have a phone chat with a friend that I'm trying to help a friend think of a name about a jewelry store, and I'll do a bit of reading. That's it. Reading some comics, reading a book maybe, and maybe if I open up my laptop, it'll be to play a video game, which is going to be Life is Strange, which I'm still about halfway through episode 1. That is me.
That's good. That's a really good plan.
Hello, Alex. Lovely to have you. If you want to join in the game we're about to play, you need to be on Twitch. And Jeroen's about to enjoy the wonderful weather. It's 19 degrees Celsius. Seems like...
enjoy that for me. We finally got fall here, so it's raining. So enjoy it extra for me, okay?
And Alex is considering which games to try and refine and redevelop for a pitch project in April. Do I go for something that's nearly finished or something that has the most potential? Which pitch project is... I'm assuming it's not the AEG one, because if it's the AEG one, definitely go for the one that's in the best state. But I'm assuming this is another pitch project that I'm unfamiliar with. What's all the best with that? And so at this point, I will, if Alex plays along, we might get to level 18. If Alex doesn't play, we'll be lucky to get to level 2. But we'll play 1 or 2 games. Either way, it'll be a bit of fun. If you're on Twitch, I will explain this game in just 2 minutes, that you're going to be typing words, and it's a word game that, I don't understand how the technology works. It's like a robot looks at everything that's typed into the chat, and then the robot says, is this one of the answers for the anagram? And it's like, wow. Just all the technology that people come up with, and it feels like we're working on a cooperative game together. But I want to say, Dutch Yoda, staying at home, even if it's 19 degrees Celsius, stupid job that pays my bills. Yeah, stupid work. I forget that I'm making tea all the time, all the forgotten waters. People know to check out my streams, blah, 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 blah. But for now, to Kirsten, lots of love. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. This is bye-bye to Kirsten. Bye-bye, bye-bye, but I'm not just yet ending. Bye-bye, bye-bye, it was lovely to have you along. And bye-bye, bye-bye, this is Kirsten's bye-bye song. Bye-bye, Kirsten.
Love you.
Bye-bye. And so, yes, that is bye-bye to Kirsten, but it can be bye-bye to you if you want to head off. Okay, you've got a team meeting in 20 minutes. Awesome. That sounds amazing. I hope that it works really well. And this is a game you'll probably hate, 6, 8. So words. There we go. I'm going to sign in, sync my thing, and press the button, and we are going to be playing a tiny bit of words on stream. Apparently our record is, it keeps our record, cool. So our record, which we got on Saturday, was level 18. So I don't think we're going to beat level 18, but let's see how far we can get. If you haven't played this game before, basically you're just going to be typing words into chat that you think are possible anagrams of what's here, if that makes sense. So like noun, there we go. I'm going to type that into chat, and noun, boom. So if you can find another word that could be assembled by mixing up these little things, then you can. There you go, Alex with the longest word straight away. And hello, Nicholas. Good to have you, and thank you for joining us. And corn, good word. Crone. No, there's no E. And Kirsten has headed off, but in case Kirsten's still listening, there's a lot of love for you. Okay, so we need to get 20 more points. Now, iron, good word, good word. Runk, crun, croon, cran. Man, this is a hard. This is, Ronin. Yeah. No, apparently. Oh, there's runic. Yep. Apparently, it doesn't take Ronin as a word. Weird. Krukian, Runian, Roan, rank. Oh man. Okay. Curio, of course. Why am I so bad at? Well, I'm glad that you people are, thank you, Rune and Alex and Hal, and for picking up the slack, because, yeah, this morning I've clearly, I've got one, finally got the second one in. Okay, so we're on 52 out of 40. We've managed to beat the level. Can we? Incur, good words. That's a good, solid word. Nice. Wow, incur. Nice. And so, coin. Coin, nice word. Coin, nice word. Nice word. Okay, so we skip a level. I'm not going to get into the whole how many levels do we skip. We skip one level. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see how far we can go. I'm just going for the short words straight away. Penknife. Boom. Alex with the. Wow. Yeah. Ken. Pink. Oh. Got another wee 4-letter. Okay, so there's a lot of 4-letter words on this board apparently, because remember you can use where the spaces are to give you an idea of what's going on. So there's 1 5-letter. So it's all 4-letter words because Alex managed to get the last 5-letter. Okay. Now we're just going for the 4 letters. Nice. Nice work, team. Let's keep on going. Let's smash this level. Let's see how we can be. Oh, okay. So remember, also one thing that you can use. So you own pipe. Oh no, there's only 1 P in there as well. Kite. Kimp. Pink. No. So you can use where the things are. So there's lots of things. There's at least 2 things starting with K and at least 2 things starting with P, because it's all in alphabetical order. So there's things between keep and knee and 2 things between peak and pike, if that makes sense. So pan, pie, and so And think. Think is a word. Think is a word. Okay, I'm looking that up. It's time to learn together. What does think mean? F-I-N-K. Just let me move this sharing bit. I think. Mainly US and Canadian, says Collins English Dictionary. A strike breaker, blackleg, an informer, such. Wow. And so, thank you very much, Collins English Dictionary. This seems like a very, well written definition. So I'm going to paste that into chat in case other people want to learn what think means in English. But yeah, nice work, everyone. Good work, team. Let's keep going. And level 5. Okay. Let's see. Does this work? Yeah, I managed to get the big word, square, quersaw, where, quisk, ruse. That's a good one. Oh, so it's all 4 letters. Sure. No, we've already got sure. Aries, good word. Oh, that makes me think of another slightly ruder word. There we go. Arse. And right. Oh, Seer. Hello, Panic Games. Lovely to have you. We already had Seer done by Alex there, but thank you for jumping in. It's a lovely delight to see you. We've been having a chat with Kirsten, who's had to go away because it's after midnight over there. And now this is like the after show, after party. Oh, wait, no. Aqueous, no. Eras? Eras is a word? Wow. I'm just going ears. Yep. Eras, many era, of course, era. Oh, of course, if you pronounce it correctly, then yeah. Yeah, sometimes if you're not sure what to do, we're not going to think less of you. I can't think of anything. Just type in random stuff. Urea. Is that like the little parts of your body? Wow. We've got 51 out of 32. We managed to smash that. But for how long? Okay. We are going to skip 1 level. Despite what the screen says, we skip 1 level. Good work, team. And thank you for joining us. We've got a team of 7. Now, level 7. How far can we get? Can we get to double digits? There's a fake letter. Okay. This is where it makes sense to start off. Okay, P and... Cool, so we know that none of those things are fake letters. Lollipop, okay. So, X is fake. Just to remind people. Cool. Thanks for writing that out. Lollip. See, once we smash the level, it just reveals all its secrets. We Plip. We still haven't had... How do 2 of you know this word? How Hal and Alex know the word lollip? It's time for another Learn Words with Bez, because Bez trusts you because we've already smashed this level. And lollip. Lollop along, running along awkwardly and not very fast. This is another great definition from Collins English Dictionary, and a great example of a sentence. I'm going to chuck that into the Twitch chats. Okay, so we've got something starting with an L, H-I-J-K-L. It's got to start with an I or an L. The final thing, Lilo. Why is that not working? Lilo. Loy, Lay, Ilp, Ilp, Ippo. It definitely starts with an I or an L, because remember it's in alphabetical order. We were so close, but that was like almost a perfect. Wow, that was almost perfect. Well done to everyone who was part of that. And now we're skipping 2 levels. Ignore what the screen says. The screen is wrong. We are skipping 2 levels, level 7 up to level 10. But yeah, well done, Alex, Nicholas, Panic Games, and Jeroen. Is this going to be like a new counter, like every time I mention it? And Bez has mentioned skipping N-1 levels this many times. I don't even know what you mean by this. Exclamation mark help? What do you mean by exclamation mark help? Do you actually have any questions? Because once I press continue, we will be into. If you have any actual questions, ask now. But or do you mean Bez, seek help, let it go? Come on, Bez, let it go. Seriously, is that what you mean by help? In which case I can understand. But sometimes you've got to keep anyway. Stressful. Okay, I get it. Now, is everyone ready? I'm going to press the button now. 3, 2, 1, pressing. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, what's happening? And there is a fake letter. Moan, so moan is not. And let's see. Damn. DAMN, if someone wants to type that. Or Camo. Oh. Huh. Why did Camo not work? Maybe. Huh. Comb. Oh, B is fake. Okay. I think we've decided that. Yeah, I should have actually typed that once Alex got the word. So remember, people, ignore the B. This is where the game gets evil and tries to throw in things just to mess us up. I don't know what's going on with this. Okay, okay. Camel. Comma, cam. And let me actually, just because we've already passed this level, I'm going to quickly take just a minute to change my Twitch settings. Category. Words. Oh, there's a category for words on stream, so that's what we're changing to. There we go. Okay, so now I've sorted that out. I am back with you. Okay, so we've got a 5-letter word, something that comes, and a 4-letter word between D and M. Oh, Donna. What? All these words that I don't. Okay, what does Donna mean? Apparently a Portuguese title of respect. Seriously? Or Spanish, apparently. Doña or Donna. Wow, there you go. Another great definition from... What? Wow. That is... How... Yeah. Alex coming out with all the obscure words. Wow. Donna nobis facem... I don't speak Latin. I do not speak Latin. You'll have to translate. Okay. So if everyone's ready, we're going to skip 2 levels. We're going to go to level 13. Huh, you've sung a lot of Latin. Okay. Let me try sing. Okay, so those aren't fake letters. Sphinx. So it's not an H. Try snip or snib or sexy. If you can think of things that use snip or gins is a word if someone wants to gins. Oh, sorry, I took that. Sign, SIGN. So those are not fake. So X or Y is fake. It's either X or Y that's fake. Bins, dins, stingy. So X is fake. We've got no X plus a T. Okay. Wait, so why did tins not work? Sting. Okay. Someone else? Yeah. If you see something that someone's written and it seems like it should work, it's because they've got a little lock. And remember, we're playing this cooperatively, so we're trying to see how far we can get. We've got into level 13. That's pretty good, but we can do even better. I believe in us. Come on. Knits. Oh, good word. Oof. Yes. Okay, so we enjoy the next level. Good to go. Enjoy the next level. Okay. I like that. That's a positive affirmation. I like the messages of this game. I still don't understand why they've got a QR code, because I mean it's going to be on your screen. Surely you would want to just yeah, that seems like a bad place to put a QR code. It's a weird one. Anyway, let me not get distracted with let's continue. These fake plus missing is hard. I would 100% agree. Okay, let's go. Broom. Is that whole thing? Thank you, Yoda. Okay, so room, boom. Okay, I think I've wait. BROOM. M is fake. M is fake. M is fake. Ignore the M. And we've got we've minus M plus L. I'm writing things out in a wee thing so we can remember it. So plus L, we've got an L, remember. Okay, so coil, moil, someone put moil, moil I think is a word. Ooh. We've already got broil. Yeah, remember American words are allowed. Oh wait, so moil, come on. Is moil a word? I think moil is a word. Oh, maybe not. Colic. Colic. Good words, Hal. Good words. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. Okay. Come on. Crime. Crum. Croom. Boom. No M. Remember, we've got no M. Ruth was hovering and got colic. Well, good work, Ruth. Crib. Yeah. We've managed to beat the goal, at least. We've managed to beat the goal. We are doing okay. Okay. We managed to beat level 14. Good stuff, team. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Okay, block. Oh, phew. I think I need to take just 10 seconds break. Okay, so congratulations to everyone. Like Alex is out in the lead. Let's just appreciate that. Alex is getting probably so many things. Oh man, we are going to, yeah, have to play soon. Okay. Let Mare care. C is fake. C is fake. Thank you, Panic Games. You didn't score, but you found that C is fake. No C. Okay. Now that we know that C is fake, hopefully that might help with other people to ream and remember armed Manure. Oh man, nice words, Alex. So that means that we've got N out there. So yeah, we've got an N. So there we go. Cane. All sorts of things. Come on, this should open it up. Why did cane not work? Oh no, see, man, I can't believe I did that. Have we already had main? No, we've not. Enum, apparently not a word. Manor, no. If you mean manor, then that's either double N or it has an O. Oh my god, we need 16 more points. Can we do it? Can we do it? Urea, of course, urea. We had a. Okay, come on, 6 more points. Just one word. Namer. Oh my gosh, yes. Boom, Alex. Nice work. I was just typing in random things, hoping that it would be a word. Okay, this is level 15. We've managed to get to level 15. This is our third best. And so, yeah, let's keep going. Okay, we are on level 15. Can we get to it? Can we get RICE? Okay, oh shoot. 5 letters minimum. 5 letters minimum. This is crazy. This is okay. 5 letters minimum. Ignore 4-letter words. 5 letters minimum. Clear. Recoil. So O is fake. No O. So yeah, I think that is correct. Let me check. It might. No, it's definitely. Unless I is fake. It's either O or I is fake. But it's almost certainly O is fake. So let me just check. Circle. Yep, it's definitely O is fake. Ricer. There's only one R in there, so the thing isn't. Hidden M. Is it a hidden M? How do you know it's a hidden M? We're not sure what the hidden one is yet. Reliance. Celeriac. Plus, it's a second C. Okay. No O plus C. There we go. So we know it's a second C. Celiac. I'll take that. No. There's. Why did. Oracle. Hello, Marky Mark. Hello, Marky Mark. It's lovely to have you. Oh, and I should have kept my thing. So remember, there's no O, and so ignore the O. Oh man, we didn't Okay, we managed to get to level 16. So level 16, I'm going to mark it on my new sheet. It's on my new red bits of paper. Where's my red bits of paper? We've got to level 16. Good work, team. I think that is, on the first day, our best was level 16. On the second day, our second best was level 13. So this is definitely better than average. So lots of love. And hello, Mark. It's lovely to have you. I guess you're not streaming today. But yeah, I think the time change means I can pop in and say, hi, oh, you've got like a wee bit of time before your thing. So lots of love, Alex. And so just so you know, if we don't have Alex, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to level 2. So this is honestly the no Alex handicap. If we don't have Alex, we're just trying to get to level 2. So hopefully the game makes sense to everyone. We're going back to level 1. We're going to see how good we get on. Okay, and hello, Alore. Okay, let's see how we can do. Same. Yep. Man, nice work. We've got a new pinch hitter. And so apparently we've got someone else who's really good with words coming in. And noses. Oh, yeah. We don't have that one yet. So yeah, welcome to the stream and thank you for joining us. Same as Marky Market. For those who haven't played, you are only allowed to type once per each time that there's a little unlock. So now that goes unlock, now everyone can type again. And the black marks show how many letters is in a word, and it's always in alphabetical order. So good word, eon, nice. Alternative spelling of eon. Yeah, we've got a couple of 5 letters and a fair few 4 letters. Ones, something starting with an E or an N. Esan. Oh, why have I Nes, Nas. C's, good word, C's, nice. We already had nose, Nicholas. We already had ones, but those are good words, but just a little bit too late. But we're doing well. Like it's sans, yes, sans serif. I didn't realize that song. Yeah, of course. Okay, sans serif. Yeah, okay. Guess it is an English word as well. Sons. Is that a word? I guess it's time for Bez learns a new word. Boom. Oh, sons. Of course, like plural of son. Why did... It's like you see something and then you're and then you just don't understand sons. How? Of course, yeah. Plural of son. I just... Because I saw sans, like sans serif, and then it's like, yeah. Yeah, it's all good, Nicholas. I really appreciate you being here. Lots of love. Seriously. We're going to make it. Come on, team. We can do this. Okay, let's see how far we can get. Okay. We've got get out of that part of my screen. And hello, Bram Beard. It's lovely to see you. And boom, saffron. Nice word. Nice. Fears. Oh, okay, I've finally got one word. Oars. So remember, we're working together. So if I feel like, Alex left and then we got this new pinch hitter, Olarai, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but it's great to have you here, and I feel like you're the new kind of main person in this team, Franz. But like, it's like the what do you call it? Like the tail, where everyone else who's just kind of chucking in, 1 or 2 words. Everyone does a wee bit. It's like, so thank you everyone who's kind of getting us. How far can we get? Can we beat our previous best of 18? Rans, Rons. We've got some. Okay, LMNO. No. Now. NAF. Okay. I've got the. Alex just can't help. How is NAF not a word? No, come on. NAF is totally a word. I'm annoyed with you, words on stream. I'm going to double check Collins English Dictionary. NAF. Yeah, NAF. Exactly. Okay, you know what it is? Word. Yeah, and this. And I'm going to just type. I'm copy and pasting. This is from Collins English Dictionary, and my review of this is a great dictionary, great explanation of what NAF means, and I think this is the issue, that this is a US thing, so it's US English. Remember, for UK people, we have to speak US English. It does make it slightly harder, but okay, we are getting on, and boom, let's keep on going. Let's see how far we can get. Okay, we don't have any of the big difficulties yet. It does. That is a hard. That's cabin. This is a hard board. I honestly I'm struggling for anything. Cabal. Oh, cabal. Good word. Cabal. Like the secret cabal. Cannibal. Cannibal. Man, nice work, Bram Blanc. Yeah, I guess not. Worth doing. Naan. Good word. Naan. Good work. Naan bread. Oh my god, I'm just letting the team down. But cabana. Yeah, come on, cabana. Why does cabana not work? Cabana. Wow, this is. I feel like I should probably check in on Twitch and see if I need to promote someone to moderator. That's a. Is Nicholas already a moderator? Oh. By the way, Nicholas, are you happy for me to make you moderator? Just because, you know, I trust you, you've been in here every day, and it's not an obligation to come in more often, but just because Alex is heading off, it's always nice to have someone helping out. So, nope, as in you don't want to be moderator, okay. That's totally understandable. I respect that. So, oh, yes, okay, brilliant. Okay. So we're going to take a tiny break just so that I can go into my dashboard. Where's my community roles manager? Nicholas is being promoted. Why do I not find Nicholas? Nicholas Strakia. But there we go. There I see your face now. And I am making you a moderator. And so now you can ban people and sign people out, and please use that. With great power comes responsibility. So thank you for being willing to be that moderator, and thank you for keeping stuff good going. Okay. And Mark, we're tied. So yeah, 42. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And okay, so yeah, need one more round. Then you, yep, it's all good. So yeah, lots of countdown helps with 8-letter words. So shall we carry on with level 8? Let's see. Can we beat our previous best? Okay, there's a fake letter. This time there's a fake letter. And I think the fake letter is either R or U or N or E. I'm not sure which one. You know, unhinge. Okay, it's U or N or E. U or N. U is the... Okay, U is fake. No U. Okay, there we go. So we've worked out that the U is the fake. Boom. And yeah, it's a red herring. Exactly. So well done, Hal, for getting that herring in. I don't know if that's you or if that's Ruth in the back, but no, these are some good words. Hinger. Oh. Ringer. That fake letter does get in your brain so much. It no hunger. You can't do hunger because there's no U. Remember, I've put it on my comments. I've kept the comments on screen. So there's rain. Good, nice work, Alex. Alex just can't keep themselves away. High. Oh, that. Why is high not there? H-I. Oh, there's only one H. Oh yeah, the other meaning of rain, of course. Ish, grin, grin, there's some definitely something starting with an G or H if that helps anyone. Remember, things are in alphabetical order, so that might help you. Yeah, sometimes you just type things and see if that works. But good work, team. Nice work. Yeah, so we managed to at least make it to the next level. Okay, you need to wake up. What time is it over there? Yeah, I've not seen you before on this stream, Olarai, but yeah, where are you from if you wish to let us know, and what time is it? And I hope that you're doing generally okay. Wow, that's pretty early. So you're on Eastern Standard Time? Would that be correct? Yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, there we go. I know my time zones. Boom. Look, you say you're doing bad. What about the rest of us? Anyway, 3, 2, 1, and I am continuing. So, Rover. Let's see if that works. Rover, one of those is a fake letter. Over. Let's see. Order. Okay, so O is fake. Ignore the O. There we go. So we've got that information. Oh, we should do. Yeah, we're nailing this one. Boom! It's funny how like one board, it's just there's definitely a bit of randomness. Like sometimes it's like, whoa, you're really struggling. Now we might even finish this entire board, get literally everything. Rived. Rived? What does rived mean? It's time for another learner word with Bez. Apparently, rived. Rived. To split asunder, to tear apart, to break the hearts or be broken. This is an amazing word. I'm definitely going to use that in future. Wow. That's such a good word. My gosh. Wow. That's a great word. Okay, so we've got a 4-letter word that starts with an R or a V. Vide. Vide. Yeah, exactly. Vide. And we've got something that starts with a D, an E, or an R, or an I. Yeah, that doesn't help very much, does it? So we've seen dive and ride. Ired. Nice work, Nicholas. Boom. Now we're skipping 2 levels. Ignore what the screen says. We're skipping 2 levels. Yeah. Nice work, team. Great work. And yes, so yeah, yeah, skip 3 levels. Look, we go from level 9 to level 12. If just because there's someone new here, I want to ask you, how many levels are we skipping? We go from level 9 to level. I mean, I'm not going to keep on talking about it anymore. Mark, you still contributed. You still brought something to the thing. So don't be too hard on yourself. You're still great. So I want to just congratulate you and thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. And if you need to get onto your own stream, I totally respect that. And, you know, lots of love. And, you know, it's all good. Just, you're smashing it. You know, you're clearly amazing at word games, and don't be too hard on yourself. You don't need to always compare yourself to your past self. You're just brilliant. So let me just, lots of love to everyone. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's carry on. Level 12. Let's see what's going to happen at level 12. Will we beat this? Okay. Okay, lots of love to you too. Broken. Boom. Okay. No G. No G. Remember, there is no G. Boom. Now we know the fake letter. Bonk. Great word. Bone. Boom. Broke. Boom. Born. Boom. Nice. Yes. Okay. 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 Come on. Born. Nice. And we've beaten the level already. Okay. We've got near. Oh, yeah. Crone? Really? Crone with a K? Is crone with a K a word? It's time for another learn a word with Bez. Crone with a K. The standard monetary units of Denmark, the Faroe Islands, and Greenland divided into 100 øre, or the standard monetary of Norway divided into 100 øre. Again, another very to the point and wonderful and lovely definition from Collins English Dictionary. So good work, Collins English Dictionary, there with that definition. I'm going to type that in. Knob. Nice. And only one, and it's between curve and knob. So it might start with K, and then it might have an N or an E or an O. But kern. Kern, of course, like a kern of corn. A kern of corn. I never understood, what do the yellow numbers mean and the blue numbers? Is that meant to be like white numbers is you're staying still? And no, I don't understand what the yellow numbers mean. But someone, if you understand what that yellow numbers means, then interested. But congratulations, Olerai, and it seems like you're definitely the pinch hitter for this. So let's carry on. Junta is not a word for this, so no J. Let's assume there's no J. Okay, so don't be distracted by the J. And wait, yep, you already had tuna. We already had tang, aunt, K. Yeah, just like when it's the 5-letter nougat. Nice work. Okay, so there's no J, but there's no J, and there is an O. Okay, so there we go. Gout. Nice. Nice work. Hopefully no one here has had the gout. Goat unto. We've passed the level, and then it gives us the little... now it gives us more information, which feels a bit weird sometimes because it's giving us more information when we've already done pretty well. But hey, okay, it's just letting... Let's clear these last few things easily, hopefully. A toga. Nice, okay. Have we got... Und? We've already got unto, we've already got unto. 5-letter word between G, gaunt, and tango, and a 4-letter word between gout and tang. And happy to have you back, Nicholas. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's... We did fairly well. I really wish that it would have the... tell us the words that we didn't manage to get. But yeah. Let me actually get rid of that red thing. So we are skipping a level. Boom. We're going to level 17. Oh my gosh. Okay, people. Level 17. This is where it's 5 letters minimum. Remember, 5 letters minimum, and there's a hidden letter. It's going to be tricky. But can we do it? Can we beat level 17? Come on. Let's attempt. Okay. Yeah, I believe in us. Let's keep that positivity. Toes. Let's see. Oh my gosh. T-O-E or S is fake. S-Q, spoon. Okay. Let me try and work this out. S. Notes. Wait. Oh, toes is... No, because toes is just... 4-letter word. Remember, 5-letter. After I just talked about it so long. Postpone. Okay. No Q. Plus postpone. There's a second O. Okay, there we go. Nice. This is really good stuff, people. We've got tunes. Opens, good word. This is where it's really hard. Every person who's got an even a word deserves to be celebrated. You are peons. That's a great word. Oh my gosh. This is like just, yeah. Wow. You're doing so well. Nopes. I would have thought that was a word. I would have thought that nopes was a word. Apparently not. Nah. Oh, tones. We've not got that one yet. Oh, great minds think alike. Oh, Bram already had it. Oh, okay. Oppose. Nice. Nice work, Hal. We need 4 more points. We need 1 more word. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Sports. Popes. Oh, popes. Ah, Marky Mark. Marky Mark. Marky Mark. And I don't want to deny anyone. Look, Marky Mark, you managed to get us over the finish line. And everyone else was just, yeah, exactly Mark at the buzzer. You just had, yeah, that was incredible. And so, yeah, Mark, you really knocked it out of the park that time. Hal and Bram and Panic and Zollerai and myself, I contributed. I just want to acknowledge if I hadn't gotten that one word that I managed to find, might not have done it. But we are on to level 18. This is our best yet. We have managed to get to level 18 once before, and that's always the way, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to take a 5-second break just to have a wee drink, and then I'm going to maybe actually stand up because I have been sitting down for a while. And I'm going to move this. There we go. Oh, Marky Marks. Oh, no. Marky Mark. We lost Marky Mark. But lots of love. I appreciate that. You need to start your own stream on time. Lots of love. And, yeah. So, let's see. Can I actually change the yeah, so the title of this stream, I should probably change it because it still says I should type in like after party or something, because this is after the interview and it's just like I love this game so much. Edit after party, there we go. After party chats, there we go. And there we go. Now it makes more sense. So, streaming. Are we on board? Are we ready for level 18? We've already done level 17. I don't think there's a big jump. I don't think there's anything new that comes up. But are we ready? Are we ready? Someone tell me you're ready. Come on. Are you ready? We can do it. Okay. Bram's up for it. Bram is ready. Okay, hopefully everyone else is ready and just doesn't want to type in. Okay, Panic is ready. Boom! Panic, all right. Hal, I hope that you're ready. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I'm pressing the button. I'm pressing the button. We are ready. We are starting. We can do this. Okay. Okay. Oh man. Remember 5 letters minimum. 5 Lomer. Model. Yep, so Dremel, mold. This remodel. Oh, nice. Remodel. Molder. Good work. And remodel means that there's no J. Because and there is a hidden letter. I'm going to just melds. I wonder what if it is an S. No. Oh my gosh. Team Morel Modeler. Okay. No J, and there's an extra plus L. Okay. There's an extra L. Okay. We're doing well, team. Yeah. Okay. Meld. Wait, is melder not a word? Like someone who makes melds? Oh, apparently not. But we managed to beat the goal. We've done... This is our best ever. This is our best ever. Like, our previous best was 18. We managed to get to 18. And not only did we manage to do that, but we managed to get to level 19. This feels like it's an accomplishment. I just want to celebrate that. So yeah, thank you everyone in chat, and thank you also to everyone. Yeah, exactly. Modeler, you kept putting modeler. Oh, fair enough. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Are you ready? Are we ready? We are going to go 3, 2, 1, play. Greener, Grener. So one of the letters in rain is a fake letter. I don't know which one. It might be the G. It might be... Oh, let's assume it's the G for now. There are 3 E's, so it can't be that one. Olerai had Erie. E-E-R-I-E. Wait, the answers are now hidden. Okay, that's ridiculous. Level 19, the answers are hidden. What the hell? Okay, I'm going... Yeah, we're working on this together. Okay, let's see. How far can we get? Okay, Yuri, this is... So, that means that it's G or N. That is the sneer, S-N-E-E-R. So N is fake. No fake. No N. No N. So because Nicholas said sneer, so there's no N. So ignore the N. Ignore the N. Ignore the N. Ignore the N, people. Ignore that. Think of the E, the E, the E, the I, the R, the G, and something else that I don't know what it is. Oh man, can we even get another? Oh. We already had Erie. Erie was already on the board. Eerier, nice. Okay, now, yeah. This is, wow, that is, oh dear, indeed. Reindeer, oh my gosh, reindeer. Nice, nice. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Dirge. Can I enter Dirge? Wow, that was so harsh. Are you saying, yeah, that was an ender indeed. Are you saying wow because that was just insanely difficult? I assume that's what you're saying. I agree. That was, wow, that was mean. I am getting my score pad and where's it? Second game, we got to 19. That was amazing work, team. That is the best we've ever managed to do. But hidden answers, oh my gosh. That is ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, I'll put it to a vote. I'm not actually going to do a formal vote, but would you like to play one more time, or should we stop there and wrap up? If we've got a couple of... Is there a couple of people who would like to play one more time? Because I know Panic Games, it's early in the morning for you. Maybe you're up for another game. I don't know, Orlai, you jumps in, I guess, because I was doing words on stream. Shall we do one last game? Yeah, let's do... I got another in me. Okay, cool. You've got to go, but lots of love to you, Hal. And yeah, this is kind of becoming a stream of two parts. You can play, okay, one more time. One more time. Okay, let's do it. I'm pressing the restart button. Let's go. Remember, you can do, and I'm moving my screen, so I'm sitting down again. Just one more, yeah, just one more. Literally, after this one, I'm definitely stopping because I do have to have breakfast still. Cabs, bars, cars, scarab. Yeah, just, and then crabs or crab. Someone else could do crab, and yeah, C level completed. Oh, I already had crab. Sorry, Olarai. Yeah, Bram. Yeah, it's difficult because, especially with level 19, with the hidden answers, I don't know how we're going to get past that because that's such a massive increase in difficulty. Anyway, let's see if we can actually finish this one. Buzz, Bar, Rabas, Rabak, Krabar. Ooh. Bras. See, that's where knowing that it starts with a B or a C can help me personally. I don't know if it helps you. But remember, they all are in alphabetical order, and that's a little tool that you can use. But remember, after level 19, Sabra? Sabra? What does Sabra mean? It's time for another Learn a Word of Bez. Sabra, S-A-B-R-A. Apparently, it's a native-born Israeli Jew from the Hebrew saber prickly pear, common plant in the coastal areas of the country. Wow. And I guess this... Let me hear it. Sabra. 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 Okay, there you go. And thank you, Colin. Thank you, Colin's English Dictionary, for another really nice word. So that is, yeah, Colin's English Dictionary. Thank you for that. Anyway, we skip 2 levels. So, yeah, that's what it is. Sometimes it's just worth putting in brand names because brand names might also be slightly esoteric real words. So let's carry on level 4. We're going to nail this. Let's see if we can get to another 100%. Let's see. Jules. Jealous. Good words. Jealous. Jewel, yep. Jewel, yeah, you saw the jewels. Louse. Good word. Soul, nice. Seal, nice. Oh, hello, Rain Shay. It is lovely to have you join us. Thank you for jumping in. And we've already beaten the... And thank you for following. I really appreciate that. So I should... Sorry, I should not do that, but yeah. Hello. Hellos isn't a word, but is hello, yeah. Because I think hello is a mass noun, like data. You can't have multiple datas. You have a datum or... But ales, lose, okay. Now it gets tricky. Sail, good word. Slow, good word. And we've got one more 5-letter word that starts with L or J. Because remember, it's in... Oh, no, wait. It could also be S because... Yeah, sorry. HIJKLMNOPQRS. So it's L or S or U. I'm talking rubbish. Oh man, I had a brain fart. I clearly need to stop after this one. We've not got... What have we not got? Else? Use? Owls? Seoul? Yeah, I mean... Well done on trying it. Yeah, good on you for trying it. Just feel free to type things in randomly. No one's going to think any less of you. Frankly, if you manage to stumble upon something, I'm just going to type Also nice. But apparently we managed to skip one level. That's good work, people. Nice work. So, continuing on, and just again, thank you for following the channel, Rainshay. I do appreciate it. And is it just that you really love playing words games? Because if you do every other Tuesday, not tomorrow, but every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. UK time, I also play word games. But yes, let me. Okay, pizza. No, that's spelt with two tie. Oh, that's a. I appreciate that. It's like, trying to put yourself out. Baptize. That is brilliant. Like yeah. Ooh, I wonder. Yeah, we've got some good words from everyone. Nice stuff, people. That isn't how you spell it, I guess. Because oh no, wait, Panic Games, you are locked. So now, yeah, that was a correct word. It was just that you were locked because you can only do one word until you do the unlock. And so if someone sees that, then I might steal your things. For which part of I would say, well, if you're trying to be number one, then it's going to affect you. But if you're just trying to, see how far we can get, and that's what it's all about. It's all about working together and celebrating each other's successes. That's the kind of okay. So we've got one final word. It starts with a B. It's definitely starting with a B. Beta. Boom. Nice work. I think everyone got to that at the same time. Olerai, Bram, and Dutch Yoda. You were just great work, people. Zeta helped you get beta. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. But good stuff. And look, even though you didn't get anything that turn, it's all good. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's the spirit that I really want to encourage everyone to be playing in. And so, this is our final game of today. How far can we get? Up next, we're skipping 2 levels, which is the most that you can skip, up to level 9. Okay. Catherine Bennett Jones does all the pre-launch work. There's one of these which is fake. Mute. M or U or T. Okay. Yeah, I was going to go for gone. Mute. U. T. U or M is fake. Thank you, Bram, for getting that up quickly. I was taking a bit of time to work that out. Nice. We managed to pass the level already. This is like the team that we've got here. This is just like a really strong team. And Rain Shea, you've got like a couple on the board. You're doing great work there. Olerai, you managed to get hung and just show. Yeah, it's like. And now there's only one 4-letter word left. It starts with a G. It comes somewhere between gent and gone. Genu. I've heard of that word. I can't remember what it means. Genu. It's time for another Learn the Word with Bez. Learn the Word with Bez. It's the technical name for the knee. Huh. There you go. That is a very to-the-point and solid definition. Any knee-like bend in a structure or part. Well, that was very useful for me to learn. Apparently it's pronounced genu. Or plural is genia. Genu? Genia. Genu? Genia. There we go. So let me paste that into the Twitch chat. And apparently genuflection. Kneeling. Man, nice. You people, why is it taking a why did that not paste? Sorry about that. My connection to Twitch seems to have had some sorts of problem. This is really not a good time for my... Hold on 1 second. I am going to try typing here. Okay. It's some sort of connection between the app that I use and Twitch, so I can still type, but only if I bring up a new window. Okay. It's a long no. Always with the trolling. Always with the trolling. Okay. So let us continue and see what happens. Oh no. My fingers, having issues. I don't know if you can hear me, but I am having issues. This is not cool. This is not... Okay. Yeah, I am... Okay, I see that other people are still able to do it, but I am... Yeah, struggling with my... I'm in the process of closing down Windows, so maybe my computer will run a wee bit better. But... fake, I guess the... Hello, apparently. I did remember to plug the laptop in. I don't know at what point I lost you. I had a bit of a crash. My laptop just crashed, which was really not good. And so, yeah, let me put it up. If it was no battery, the whole stream would be gone. And, oh, level 12 we lost because... oh, that's a shame. No, if you still see the background, that can be a thing that happens. Oh man, no, we can't let that be the last game. We can't let that be the last game. But I'll still have to write it down. I'm sorry, everyone, especially to those new people. It's not that regular a thing. So, yeah. Oh man. Well done to those who are able to get some sort of words despite... Yeah. Let's have one last game, and I know I said the previous... But let's do... This is the last game, okay? This is the last game, and then I will be properly gone. And then Okay. And we'll just I'm realizing this is just another roguelike coming out. What do you mean this is just another roguelike? I don't get it. Pollen, good work. And hello, Duchess, good morning. We are playing a game that you can play along with, and you just type words into the chat, and the bot kind of checks what you type, and if it matches one of these words that we're looking for, then it will magically appear on screen, and it's really amazing. And we've got some four-letter words that we're looking for, starting with a P, or got something between O and P, LMNOP. So what was that P on? Yeah, nice work. And yeah, board game, free one free. But fantastic. Up next, level 4. You skipped 2 levels. Not even going to get into the fact that they say the wrong name. But yeah. Okay, what words can you think of that have these tram, good word, aromat, marmot, aroma, no, there's only one A there, so that doesn't quite work. There's only one A. Ammo, good word. Okay, so we've just got a few 4-letter words to go, and all of them come between mart and tram. Rant, no, there's no N there, there's no N. Mort, I would have thought I could see that being a word, but marm, no, apparently not. To tie, I don't know. I'm just going to start. Taro, of course, taro flavor. I should know that. As a lover of bubble tea, I'm ashamed of myself. I just want to give a special shout out to that word, taro, by Olerai. So yeah, well done. And we've got something starting with an R or a T. Roma. Oh, yeah, Rota. Nice. So well done, team. We skipped 2 levels, which is the maximum. We blitzed that. We got to level 7. Good work. So 3, 2, 1. And there's a fake letter. That is totally fine. Okay, glub, build. Oh, building. Okay, so no Z. Remember, Z is fake, which is very easy thing to watch out for. So we've got try and get your words in as Bing. Bing is not a word. Yeah, come on, blink. B-I-N. How is bling not a word? Okay, let's move on. We can't let ourselves get too distracted by abiding. That's a good word. Long, good words. Everyone, like good show. Bing. Oh no. Have we got? Yeah, we've not got bung. Like you're a bit bunged up. Glib, good words. What else have we got? I guess this is where we're starting to get a bit tricky with those fake letters. Blind, nice. Also, it's like I would actually be quite curious about how they choose the number of letters that we get and everything. It does feel really well designed, except for 2 things in this game. I really like it. And Lydon, there's definitely something starting with a B. Bin, bungle, no. Yeah, I typed bling before, but it didn't work for. I mean, unless I was locked and I didn't notice, but I'm fairly sure I wasn't locked. But I always. So the two things I don't like about this game, I'm sure you all know one of them. And the second thing I don't like is that I wish that it kind of showed, oh, here are some of the words you didn't find. And that would be quite fun. And just show us like a couple of the words we didn't find. Anyway, we are moving on to the next level. Let's keep going. Come on, team. Blot. How about slot? Is so BL no B. Do not put in a B. There, B is a fake letter. Nice work, Hollerai and Dutch Yoda and Rain Shea and Panic Games, and Duchess, who you got troll as well. So congratulations, Duchess. Just like a wee bit later, but I just want to respect the work that you've done there. R-O, yeah, roll. Someone needs to steal that. Rain Shea, good work. Oh, why did mine go in quicker? I don't know. I guess I've got some sort of advantage. Rots, Tors. Yeah, like a Tor. See, this is like last time we barely managed to do it, and this time it's like halfway through and we've practically finished the entire thing. Lost. Boom, Yoda on the board. I want to actually, I'm not going to open up another window. I'm not going to check the words because then my computer might crash again. And let me try and, yeah, congratulations, everyone. You've all done a brilliant job, bang up job, and we are going to move on to, I believe, level 11, it said. There's a fake letter again. Let's see. H, U, R, or T are all correct. N is also correct. True should be a thing that you can type if you want to type in true. TRUE, someone type in true. Hunt. So I guess why is hunt not working? H U N C. Yeah, why is hunt not? Okay, so I guess you were locked. What happened there? Hunt. And thanks for picking that up, Rain, for the true hunter. Yeah, great. So M is fake. No M. Thank you, Allrai, for making it clear what rune. Good word. Rune, good word. And now I don't even need that because we've completed it and it makes it easier for some. I have mixed feelings about that. I appreciate what they're doing. It's a bit of a celebration, but at the same time, it feels like, we're already good enough for this. Surely but it does, I do really like it becoming easier at the end because that means that, hey, you've got this final section. I would almost suggest that it becomes easier maybe 2 locks before the start rather than just 1 lock. But I don't know. So, final 4-letter word starting with R or T. Starting with R or T. Through. Yeah, very American. So American. Final thing, starting with somewhere between runt and then in the alphabetical order. Remember, alphabet works. Run the turn. Oh my gosh. Boom. Turn. Of course. Turn. Nice. Yeah. And yeah, like Wingspan. I'm sure Wingspan's got some turns in it. But yeah, there we go. Great game, Wingspan. And also this. So we've skipped 2 levels. Up to level 14. Core force. F must. There's no F. Corner. It's not an RN. But is that Z fake? And lots of love, Duchess. Thank you for joining us. I think the Z is fake. I think it's no Z. Creo. Maybe that's not a word. Or no, there's no A, and drawer might not. Wait, there's no F. Error. There's not a third R. Oh, that hidden letter. What's the question mark? We don't know. We just wrote just type in things that you can think of. It's not. Is it an A? Horror. Yeah, that's a word. Is it? Oh, razor. Hello, Zavarga 4. There's no Z in this. Remember, so the red one was so it's a D. Boom, nice stuff. That is a solid thing. Record. Nice, okay. Oh, I don't think, yep. I did say that was going to be the last one. And that wasn't us, but, you know, we can respect ourselves and we can look up and say, you know what? We got to level 14. We've played 4 times today. We've played it a few times, and I want to say thank you, everyone, for being part of this. I'm going to actually take a wee screenshot and put it up in the Discord. And yeah, thank you. I should have taken a screenshot of level 19, but I want to say, yeah, once you've, 100%, once you get that question mark and there's the whole hidden letter and 19 where you get hidden answers, that's just, wow, that's just blowing your mind. That's, but that was such a good game. Thank you, everyone, for being part of that. And let me once again do a quick recap and wrap up. So what have I done today in the, 4 hours of streaming? That's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? That's, yeah, time just goes. So we chatted to Kirsten and where's my notes? Kirsten Lunde, we talked about homeschooling, board games, Concordia, Sagrada, learning to lose, teaching games gently, King Domino, color blindness, representation, streaming. We talked about the Cold War and the way that Kirsten Lunde grew up and having to relocate due to the military. We got a little bit political. We talked about the way that society is being fractured. We talked about selling board games as part of Black Lion Games or the Nerd Store. We talked about homeschooling. We talked about filling a niche. We talked about Kirsten Lunde's board game, which is Ovation. And that's a lovely thing. And the notion between self-publishing. And that took us about a couple of hours. And then Kirsten left because it was after midnight in New Zealand. And then I carried on streaming to play this game. And we only played it 4 times, which I guess was about an average of half an hour per game. So we played 6, got to level 16. Then we got to level 19, which was a new record, which was amazing. And level 19, it takes away the answers you can't see on the board. So not only do you have the hidden letter, not only do you have the fake letter, but you've also got all the answers on the board are hidden. It's just ridiculous. It's just crazy. Yeah, 100%. And then we got to level 12 and then level 14. So that was, wow, that was crazy. But thank you so much for being part of it. I am, of course, if you want to check me out, if you want to check me out, I am stuffbybez.com, stuffbybez.bigcurtle.com, twitter.com/stuffbez, instagram.com/stuffbez, twitch.tv/stuffbybez, where you are watching, and I stream every day at 10 a.m. UK time, which is currently 5 a.m. EST. YouTube has all the old episodes on it, and please join my Discord, where you can chat about cats or just share cool pictures, or yeah, you can talk about games or games you've been playing recently, or share pictures of your food, or pretty much whatever. If there's something that you think that other people might be interested in it, there should be a channel for it. And if you don't know where to put it, just put it into the general chat or the share cool stuff bit. And yeah, it's ridiculous. This game is just addicted to me. This is like Saints got addicted to. I think it's safe to show. Saints got addicted to The Crew. I am seemingly getting addicted to this, and all the energy and everyone coming around. And oh yeah, please check out that new categorical Instagram. That's something to check out. I want to say thank you to everyone. You have all been amazing. I want to say you have been the most wonderful people that I could hope for. And I see that we've had a few new faces. We had Rain Shay, thank you for joining us for the first time. And Marky Mark, it was lovely to have you. And Olerai, I don't know if you are interested in board games, if you play board games at all, but that's what I normally stream about. So I normally start streaming and talking about board games, and then sometimes I finish up by playing this game. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. You've been amazing. Having you surrounding me, it's just like so much energy, and just this is like the closest that I feel like I can get to being in a convention setting, showing off stuff. Like this is like just so much love right back at you. So much love. And yeah, I cannot express. What do I want to? Yeah, just more thanks. And this is the end of the show, where I ask, over to you. What are you up to? You can share anything you want to. So, if there's anything you want to share, you know the line. Like there is a line. There is a line at which, yeah. But if you want to share something that you're looking forward to doing, is there a game that you're going to be playing later on? Is there something that is there a meal that you're looking forward to making? Have you got any idea what you're having for dinner or breakfast or lunch today? I am going to go and have a bit of a fruit salad. Yeah. And then I'm going to chat to my friends. I believe that we said we would chat at 3 o'clock, which is in just an hour. As I said earlier on, I'm going to try and stay away from the whole social media. I'm not going to do any work today. I'm going to chat to my friends. I might play a wee bits of Life is Strange. I might play, Quintuple or Unfinishable with my parents, or play other things which could be construed as some sorts of work, but I'm going to stay away from the computer part of the work, and I'm going to be maybe doing a wee bit of reading. Maybe, hold on, let me reach back further. And Natalia, I am currently reading Wargaming Experiences about someone who worked in NATO. And once I've read that, I said that I might have Natalia on, but it felt like I should read her book actually before I have them on. But lots of love. And if you've got anything to share, whether it's exciting or even if it seems boring, don't be shy. Just share whatever you want. If it's something important that you want to get done, that's super serious, that you want to like give yourself an extra obligation to do, because maybe you're feeling like by telling other strangers on the internet, you might have an idea of things to do. Oh my gosh. Hello, Prey. Are you also on the East Coast? Is it like 9 a.m. over there? Steak, potatoes, and Brussels sprouts for lunch. I think those are all spelt correctly. So Prey, yes, I started playing this game at the end, and this is a thing that you might enjoy, because I know that you enjoy word game. Oh, wait a minute. You are in America, right? But I guess, yeah, you're 1 hour to the left of the East Coast. Okay, that makes sense. So, playing Seventh Continent on Tuesday, Central Time. Yeah, it's like you've got your Central Time, and then you've got your other time, and then you've got your Pacific Time, I think. Is that what happens in America? You've got your Pacific Time, which is 8 hours behind us. And then something between Central and Pacific. Mountain. Okay, thank you very much. There you go. The more you know. Learning stuff together. So there's Eastern, and they've. Is that? I wonder if that's actually the name of it. If people on the Southern Hemisphere also call it Mountain Time, and or maybe it's just American centric and other people don't call it that. But anyway, sorry, something in my throat. Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific, as far as the Americans are concerned. Great minds think alike, fools seldom differ. Now, as for me, if you want to find out what I am up to, always look at this link, stuffbybez.com/streams. There is a Google Calendar. If you are invested enough, you can add it to your own Google Calendar. That will show you everything I am streaming for the next few days. So, like today was all about meeting Kirsten Lunde, and then I had an after party. Tomorrow is all about meeting Bodhi, who's from the Netherlands. And we're going to be talking about RPGs and fantasy stuff and illustration. And this, by the way, this is what Bodhi made, okay? Bodhi sent me this. This is just the cutest thing. Can I just say, look at this little goblin. Is that not super cute? Yeah, I think that's super cute. But, anyway. So, on Tuesday evening, 8 p.m. UK time, I am going to be doing some wee whimsical creatures, which is going to be probably myself and maybe McCall and maybe sometimes I get Hamby or some other people to join. But anyone who wants to join me on video, as if I know you, you are welcome to join on video. If I don't know you, you are welcome to join in chat, and you will always be able to play along. We Whimsical Creatures. That's a game about guessing stuff, and that happens 1 hour before Loozapalooza. Wednesday, I'm going to be making a game with Rita and Tiz. That's a very self-censored, arrogant thing. We are going to be working on a game together, and if you want to see other people making a game, then jump in. We will be making an actual roll and write thing called Dinosaurs Love Spicy Pies, and that is then Thursday, 1st of April. It's about me, and Friday is the Friendly Friday Forum. Saturday is Chaotic Shenanigans. Sunday I'm reviewing something, and anyway, check out all my schedules and feel free to jump in. It has been super lovely to have you, and I guess no one else has got anything to share, but feel free to share, spread the word if you felt like this was enjoyable. And now I am going to go onto Twitch and hopefully not crash my machine again. And let me do So we are going to be raiding someone. Who are we going to raid? We did raid Marky Mark quite recently. Oh, we've got the Nerds of the West doing Magic the Gathering. We've got Portal Games doing stuff about Robinson Crusoe. Oh my gosh, we've got Claire Llewellyn. Let's go to Claire Llewellyn because I'm going to spread the love and go to Claire Llewellyn. I am biased because Claire Llewellyn is a lovely, lovely musician from the UK. If you like soulful music, if you like chilled out tunes, then please follow the raid. And in Claire Llewellyn's stream, I'm fairly sure you'll be able to copy paste all of this message and, spread the love and say hello to Claire and RAID, Claire Llewellyn. There we go. And that brings me to the very end of the stream. There's no going back now. We are saying bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. It's bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, bye, bye. bye bye. And now it's time to go. And lots of love to everyone else. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you have a just joyous Monday, whatever you're getting up to. Lots of love, and yeah. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.